Rouge Mattress Outlet.
The way,
our catechism,
the truth,
Holy Scripture,
the life,
Catholic tradition.
Now more than ever.
WPYR 1380 AM Baton Rouge and WPYR LP 105.9 FM Baton Rouge.
Remember, O most gracious Virgin Mary, that never was it known that anyone who fled to your protection, implored your help, or sought your intercession was left unaided. Inspired by this confidence, I fly to you, O Virgin of Virgins, my Mother. To you I come, before you I stand, sinful and sorrowful. O Mother of the Word incarnate, despise not my petitions, but in your mercy, hear and answer me. Amen.
Twice a year, 3 days in spring, 3 days in fall.
We interrupt our programming to bring you Drive Time.
It's Drive Time.
Your financial donations fuel our daily operations, fuel our joy, fuel evangelization, fuel this apostolate. And now, live from the Catholic Community Radio Studios,
It's Drive Time.
And live is the right word because the body of Christ is alive and doing well and headed toward reunion with him one day. Good morning. Good to be with you on day 3.
Who are you?
Of our Drive Time, IB.
Who are you?
I don't know.
What are you
I ask
doing in this
myself
studio?
that question every day. Johnny Hebert.
There you go.
Dave Dawson. Jeff Blackwell. Karen Cotton. The whole group. Got all kind of volunteers, and we're especially blessed this morning by the presence of Sister Dulce Maria. Good morning, sister.
Good morning.
It's so good to see you.
It's lovely to be here. Thank you.
And you've been awake since probably what? You get up at 3?
Yes, at 3. I have work to do.
You do.
Oh, my word.
Prayer goes to work big
Yes.
time. I know you do early in the morning. So it's so good to have you here this morning, and we're really looking forward to spending the next hour with you.
I'm looking forward to it, too.
Would you mind getting this day started off with prayer, sister? We would appreciate that.
May I have the prayer?
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah, there we go.
Yeah.
There we go. As we look it up in the Magnificat
There's
today,
Dave.
and if you would like to follow along.
Okay.
Oh, which one? Do you have it as we
It's a
turn the
gospel,
pages?
right?
I'm narrating. This is live radio, ladies and gentlemen.
That's right. Sister's thumbing through the Magnificat.
Okay, here you go.
Yeah, right.
Our Father, O God, your guide and guard along life's path. Lead us in the ways of justice and love, righteousness and peace. Through our Lord Jesus Christ, your Son, who lives and reigns with you in the unity of the Holy Spirit, one God, forever and ever.
Amen.
Amen.
Yeah, in the name of the
Father, Son, Holy Spirit.
Amen.
This is a special day also because
It is. It is the most holy name of
the
Mary.
Blessed
Virgin
Virgin
Mary.
Mary. Yes, absolutely.
beautiful
It's my
name.
Saints' Day.
Hmm?
It's my Saints' Day.
It's your Saints' Day.
Wow.
Oh,
You know,
I'm named after her.
you're well, that's
Well-
true. You know, my wife was talking to me about that this morning too, because her middle name is Maria. So she said, "It's my feast day." I said, "Then we will feast."
did you know that modern philological studies
Here we
of
go.
ancient Egypt suggest that Mary means, quote, lady, beautiful one, well beloved. Ugaritic texts interpret it as high, lofty, exalted, or august. How about that, sister?
All right.
Ah, you beautiful name.
Sounds very nice.
I think God knew what he was doing when he chose her, didn't he?
Absolutely.
Hail. Right? So, well, we are in our third day here, and we want to make sure that we give out this number many, many times today, and also where you go online, Dave. People want to.
Absolutely. This
donate?
is our last day. This is what keeps us alive. This is what keeps us going. This is where we ask all of our listeners to help us out, to keep us on the air. And they can do that. I'm going to give that phone number out the first time today. It's 855-341-5199. That's 85. Yes, I got it right this time.
How did you do that? Your voice went up really
You heard
high.
that little?
It sounded
yeah,
like a.
It's just one of those
ding
inspirational
or
things.
something.
855-341-5199. 99. Again, see there? Or you can go to ccradio.help. That's if you don't want to talk to anybody and you're in a rush and you want to do it really quick, you can do it online. ccradio.help. You can do that. We made it very easy, and the crowd says yes.
And right now our Lord wants to talk to us with the gospel reading of the day, followed by reflection.
Good morning, I'm Father Chris Decker. Today's gospel is taken from Luke chapter 6. Jesus said to his disciples, "To you who hear, I say, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, pray for those who mistreat you. To the person who strikes you on one cheek, offer the other one as well. And from the person who takes your cloak, do not withhold even your tunic. Give to everyone who asks of you, and from the one who takes what is yours, do not demand it back. Do to others as you would have them do to you. For if you love those who love you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners love those who love them. And if you do good to those who do good to you, what credit is that to you? Even sinners do the same. If you lend money to those from whom you expect repayment, what credit is that to you? Even sinners lend to sinners and get back the same amount. But rather, love your enemies and do good to them, and lend expecting nothing back. Then your reward will be great, and you will be children of the Most High. For he himself is kind to the ungrateful and the wicked. Be merciful, just as also your Father is merciful. Stop judging, and you will not be judged. Stop condemning, and you will not be condemned. Forgive, and you will be forgiven. Give, and gifts will be given to you. A good measure, packed together, shaken down, and overflowing will be poured into your lap. For the measure with which you measure will in return be measured out to you." We have heard the gospel, and now we reflect.
There is a saying that goes like this: nature never forgives. Men sometimes forgive, but God always forgives. However, Jesus commands us, love your enemies, do good to those who hate you, bless those who curse you, and pray for those who mistreat you. Now, humanly speaking, doesn't that sound like madness? So, is loving our enemies difficult? No, it's just humanly impossible, except, of course, for grace. The opposite experience of the forgiveness Jesus commands is exhibited in the world of hostility that is all around us, in murders and the acts of violence that occur so frequently in our cities. Then, too, there is a tragic bitterness and unforgiveness that burns in the heart of those who have been abused, betrayed, and mistreated. Let's consider a positive example. Calixtus was a slave who lived in the 3rd century. His Christian master placed him in charge of a bank that was designated to protect the meager funds of widows and orphans. Calixtus squandered the money with a combination of embezzlement and imprudent investments. As a result, he was given a life sentence to be chained to a grinding wheel. However, the widows and orphans Calixtus had reduced to poverty pleaded for his release with the local magistrate. Calixtus was freed. Then, after other misadventures that warranted a death sentence, Calixtus finally came under the influence of a holy priest, Saint Zephyrinus. Eventually, Calixtus converted and embraced a life of holiness. He was put in charge of the catacomb that now bears his name, and eventually was ordained a priest, to the consternation of those who were unforgiving of his sinful past. Eventually, Zephyrinus was elected the Pope. When he died, then the ex-slave and embezzler Calixtus was elected to become his successor. Now, at that time, there were rigorists in the church who wanted to deny absolution to repentant sinners who committed serious sins like apostasy, murder, and adultery. Pope St. Calixtus, the man who once needed mercy, decided on the side of forgiving any sin. Praise God. When we forgive, we become like Jesus. When we hold on to unforgiveness, we imbibe Satan's poison. Have a wonderful day. This is Jimmy Sagers.
Thank you, Father Chris Decker. Thank you, Jimmy Sakers. We are celebrating our third day of our drive time, so appreciate you joining us. Give us a call at 855-341-5199 or go to ccradio.help. And we're joined this morning with Sister Dulce Maria from the Mercedarian Prayer Center. Good morning, Sister.
Good morning.
Did you guys have a successful event recently? Right?
Very.
It was awesome.
How did it go?
It went well. We were attended by a lot of people, and we really enjoyed ourselves.
It was a celebration.
It was. It's a celebration of God's love and healing presence among us. We have to raise funds to keep that going.
See?
So many beautiful stories of healing. If you're not familiar with the apostolate there, Sister, how can people, find out more about the Mercedarian Prayer Center and get in contact with you and what you do, what your call is?
Basically, you can call the office, and I can tell you.
There you go.
My call is to bring the love of the Lord and His healing to those who have cancer and those who are very, very ill. I do this every day.
And the stories and the healings coming out of that, Sister, just praise God. Praise God for all that He is doing and for your ministry. So stay with us. We're going to have a lot more with Sister, and we're going to be talking all about the most holy name of the Blessed Virgin Mary and a connection to coffee.
Oh, boy.
And 9/11?
Really?
Yes.
Oh, it's pretty cool stuff.
All why we beg.
Yeah.
Right?
How do you go ahead, do your
All
thing.
right.
Beg, Dave.
You call 855-341-5199. I'll say it slow. 855-341-5199. Call in. You could be the first. Phone hadn't rung yet. I don't think. I'm not sure. But call in and donate anything you can. This is what keeps us on the air. Or go to ccradio.live.
This is Franciscan Media's Saint of the Day for September 12th. Today we celebrate the Most Holy Name of Mary. As counterpart to the Feast of the Holy Name of Jesus, today's feast also has the possibility of uniting people easily divided on other matters. Devotion to Jesus through Mary has been central to our faith since the earliest days of the Church. But this specific feast spread from its beginnings in Spain in 1513 to include the Kingdom of Naples by 1671. Pope Innocent XI extended the feast to the entire Church in 1683 after the King of Poland entrusted himself to the Blessed Virgin in a successful confrontation with Muslim forces loyal to Muhammad IV. When we call upon the holy name of Mary, we are speaking to our Mother, confident in her protection and in her desire to comfort us in time of need. Mary always points us to God, reminding us of God's infinite goodness. She helps us to open our hearts to God's ways, wherever those may lead us. Honored as the Queen of Peace, Mary encourages us to cooperate with Jesus in building a peace based on justice, reflecting the fundamental human rights of all people. There's more about the saints along with inspiration and Catholic resources at our website, saintoftheday.org. From Franciscan Media, this has been Saint of the Day.
Get better sleep with a new mattress from Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet, a proud supporter of Catholic Community Radio, providing a selection of brand name mattresses, adjustable bed frames, and Maloof pillows and sheets. Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet, 225-930-5779, 4065 Florida Boulevard, and coming soon to Jefferson at Housatoo Road. Open 9 to 6 Monday through Saturday, noon to 4 on Sundays. See Mitch and the gang at Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet.
Traditional paint is 70% water. You're renting paint. There's no stability with paint.
That's Kevin Memahat, owner of Mid-South Coatings. Kevin, tell us about the product you put on your customers' homes.
Our manufacturer opened the doors in 1961. They're the founding father of wall coatings. They're on their third generation.
Using Mid-South Coatings, what will someone's home look like 30, 40 years from now?
If you take care of the exterior of the house, it's guaranteed to last a lifetime. It's going to look like it did today after we got finished just applying the coatings. Nobody else can meet that or exceed the warranties that we provide.
What's the biggest concern your homeowners have?
The customer's biggest concern is, can they afford my products and services? My homeowners all come back to me and say that it was a lot more affordable than they ever thought it would be.
Mid-South Coatings for a free estimate. 504-407-2222. 407-2222. That's 407-2222. MidSouthCoatings.com.
This program is brought to you through the wonderful generosity of Charles and Kathleen Cusimano.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Your financial pledge helps us maintain and improve our equipment.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
That be the number, 855-341-5199, ccradio.help. And we do need your help. We are sustained by your prayers, but at certain times, well, I'll tell you what, Entergy and everybody else, they don't seem to take anything but a check.
No,
I don't know
I've
what
offered.
that's about.
I've offered. I said, look, I will pray for you. And they said, okay, but we're going to cut your electricity off.
Yeah, exactly. So we do sincerely
Have you tried
appreciate
that,
your help.
sister? No?
I wouldn't even think about it.
You hear the beautiful laughter of Sister Dulce Maria. Sister's joining us this morning with the Mercedary Prayer Center in Baton Rouge. Sister, we were talking a little bit off air just about I don't know if yesterday was a typical day, but great things happen. Seems routinely at the Mercedary Prayer Center.
The Lord works well with his people. When they come in, he has great compassion. And he'll tell me where to lay my hands. It's his healing going on. So I lay my hands where he says, and they heal. And that's all there is to it. The Lord heals whatever disease there is. He has no limits. He heals cancer. He heals all kinds of diseases. But cancer's the one that I work with. So thank God for God. That's all I can say.
Yeah.
And sometimes he helps you point your hand in a direction where a radio tower needs to be. And
Wow.
right?
Yeah, what can we have her put her hands on here?
Exactly. That's a true story.
Let me go get my bills.
That's a true story. If you're listening on 105.9 FM right now, well, this was in a spot that Sister Papa told Sister to tell us, and Chef John Folse involved too, to put a tower right there. And Dave, what was your reaction?
So in the eastern part of East Baton Rouge Parish, it's a 100-watt FM signal, but I live in the range, so in the morning I can get up. And 5 in the morning, I'm turning on 105.9 FM, listening to Catholic radio. So, because FM is 24 hours, and it's the same strength. So it's beautiful, it's fantastic, and we're always working to expand. In fact, we're working on trying to get it. Well, we have the frequency. Now we have to buy the equipment to put it on the air, 105.1, because this covers the eastern part of East Baton Rouge Parish. This would fill in the rest of the gap of the rest of East Baton Rouge Parish. In other words, no matter where you're driving, where you live, you ought to be able to pick up 105.1. This is what we're working on now. This is just one of the reasons that we're asking for folks to call in at 855-341-5199. But when Sister Dulcie told me, and Johnny, you were sitting right there, or you were standing right there with me, and Sister Dulcie, you said, Papa says there's going to be an FM signal in the area. Are there, and all I could do was
There's going to be a radio tower right there.
Yeah, and I'm like, well, bless her heart, she doesn't know how this works. I mean, it just doesn't,
Papa didn't know.
No, you just don't put up an antenna and say we're on the air because the FCC says no. They are the ones that tell you if there's one available. So for like a year, I was searching, saying, well, Sister Dulcie said it, but nobody's selling anything and there's nothing available. And then I get a call from the Catholic Radio Association saying the FCC is opening up a window for a new low power FM license in the Baton Rouge area. And I said, well, I'm on it, So we applied immediately, and we did it through the Sister Dulcie Foundation.
He said, look, the ideal qualifications would be, and he described Sister Dulcie's ministry perfectly, didn't he?
Yeah,
the location of the tower, right.
And the location.
Well, and the location of the tower. So we applied. Now, keep in mind, when you apply for one of these, folks all over the country can apply.
Sure.
For one of these licenses. Jeff, you know how that works.
But
and so we just kept
amazingly-
applying. We applied. Sister answered all the complicated questions for me. We got our lawyers on it and such, and we're waiting. And this normally takes Jeff about 3 or 4 months. 6 weeks later, the attorney calls and says the window of opportunity is closing for people to file.
Right.
He said, "Congratulations, nobody else filed."
Yeah, how
It's
about
like,
that?
that never happens.
No, it does not.
So, sister, why does Papa want the airwaves opened up to his word? I mean, what's your thoughts on that?
Don't you understand how important you are to spreading the word? We must all hear the word of God. Is that not how we're going to live? Is that not how we're going to walk hand in hand with God, to love our neighbor and to serve others? So that's why he does it, because God is great and can do anything. Sometimes we humans, because we have limitations, try to put a limitation on him. It backfires. So that's what it did to you.
Yeah,
Yeah, you did.
I'm
Yes, you
guilty.
did.
Yeah.
It backfired on you because
It was a great backfire too.
Well,
I mean, let it happen again. Shoot.
I know we worry about the bills and things like that, Dave, but most of the time, I'll tell you what, we sit back and we just end up laughing just because you're not in control of these things,
Right.
sister, right? I mean, you live this every day. Just watching him work it's fun.
it's sometimes, even though I've been a nun over 50 years, when I see him work a miracle, he says, this person's going to heal, put your hand there. And I see the person get up and have nothing wrong with him after they've been healed. I look at Papa, and I am so filled with gratitude. I love people, and especially people in Baton Rouge and Louisiana, and to see my people suffering and to see the Lord heal them. It's like going back in time when he reached out his hand and healed those who needed healing. It's a beautiful gift. It's a beautiful gift he gives to all of us.
I tell you what, too, it just seems, sister, that I know you guys were heavily affected by the flood in 2016, but the Lord even took that event and look what's happened since. It's just marvelous to behold, I guess. But were you even concerned at the time?
Not really. I don't worry about things. I figure we'll have to do what we have to do. And when it was raining and raining and raining, I turned to Papa and I said, are you going to drown all our people or what? And Papa said, no. And I said, well, I want verification of that. I want to see the sun shine through those trees. And immediately the rain stopped and the sun shone through the trees. And I knew our people would be all right. So the Lord answers prayers. You just need to ask with childlike faith. Your child will come to you and ask you for something because he trusts that your love for him and that you will give him what he needs and protect him from what he doesn't need. And we adults, because we're more in control, forget to ask God with that childlike trust. He loves us. He wants to help us. Sometimes he has to say no, just like you, when a child is asking for something that's not good for him. But don't you always give him something better?
Oh, that's true. Absolutely.
And that's what Papa does.
Thank God for the nose. I
Yeah.
tell you what, if I got everything I asked for, I'd be miserable.
Sister, well, let me do this. Let me give the number out. And if you're just joining us, we're talking to Sister Dulcie Maria. And those of you who know her recognize her voice. And it's very comforting to hear when you're in the middle of traffic, too. 855-341-5199. We are asking you to call. We're asking you to pledge. We're asking for your support, any amount. We have all kind of things that we're offering today. There's one of them that's still on the table. This is the Catholic Man Book. This is from the Men of the Immaculate Conference that we had in 2018. This is incredible wealth here because it's wonderful prayers that we all know and love. how to praise the rosary, everything you need, to pray the rosary, going to confession and Eucharistic adoration, just all sorts of references that are in this book, but beautiful, beautiful prayers. One of my favorites, the Memorare, is in here, the Apostles' Creed. Things we need to know. The humility prayer. Boy, do I need to read that one over and over again. It's all right here in the Catholic Man Book. So any amount, $20, any amount over $20 gets you this book. We're going to mail it to you. So
and here's the thing, even though it says Catholic Man Book, well, I'm not giving anything away. My wife uses it.
Well,
so it could be for your man Catholic book.
Well, there you go.
I
love that. But really, the reason it does say this is we gave them out at the Catholic, the Men of the Immaculata Catholic Men's Conference, and we're going to have another one this year. Therefore, we're printing up some more. So anyway, this is on the table. Also, if you go to ccradio.help, ccradio.help, same thing applies, $20 and over. And you know what? If you're calling and say, all I have is $5, that is just fine. 855-341-5199 is the number to call. And sister, when we come back, I wanted to talk to you about some of the miracles. We have actually witnessed, and Johnny knows this too, some miracles around here that are just amazing. And they're obvious, and they're in your face miracles, okay? And I just wanted to, when we come back, I want to talk about your reaction to these miracles and our reaction to these miracles.
Fine, that'd be good.
Yeah.
And we are celebrating the miracle of the most holy name of the Blessed Virgin Mary today. Her name is Hail, full of grace is her name. Always was from the moment of her conception, full of grace, without sin. So give us a call, 855-341-5199, ccradio.help, and we emphasize the help.
Help!
And coming up next hour here on Drive Time, Stacy Cadlino will be joining us, and Coach Paul Maneri with the LSU Baseball Tigers will be in studio.
This program is brought to you by John Acciapenti and Boscoli Family Gourmet Products, who proudly support Catholic Community Radio, spreading the good news of Jesus Christ throughout the world. Look for Boscoli Family Italian Olive Salad and its other gourmet products at a friendly neighborhood grocer near you. Boscoli, it's unmistakably New Orleans.
Save the date. The Jam and Jazz Brunch New Orleans. Saturday, September 28th. Let's meet at the Chateau Golf and Country Club in Kenner for a live cooking event with Chef John Foles and Monsignor Christopher Nalty. Pre-brunch mimosas and Bloody Marys, along with hors d'oeuvres, begin at 9 a.m. It's fantastic food, it's fun, and it helps Catholic Community Radio. The Jam and Jazz Chef's Brunch, Saturday, September 28th at the Chateau Golf and Country Club at 3600 Chateau Boulevard in Kenner. Purchase your reservations at ccradio.live. Reserve a seat for your priest. Get your church to reserve a table for 10. Just get to ccradio.live, and we'll see you on September 28th.
Catholic Community Radio is underwritten by Shane Funeral Home. Shane Funeral Home, in the heart of the city at 3827 Canal Street, has been serving New Orleans for over 160 years. Jacob Shane and Son Funeral Home is still family owned and has been creating healing experiences in the community since 1852. For pre-planning, Patrick Shane can be reached at 504-482-2111. That's 504-482-2111. Shane Funeral Home.
This is Life News Radio. I'm Jim Anderson. California state prosecutors this week became the latest to seek to gag defense attorneys, this time from speaking to the press relating the progress of the criminal case against investigators into abortion specimen marketing. Prosecutors objected to media attention after a Fox News anchor said the prosecution of David DeLayden and Sandra Merritt seems rife with political corruption. Judge Christopher Hite simply declined to issue gag or protection orders. The prosecution of two citizens will continue in public light. National Right to Life is celebrating North Carolina election victories this week. Among those lamenting the election losses of abortion advocates in two races blame candidates for following the Democrat playbook. The embrace of radical abortion is rejected even by rank-and-file Democrats, and that could point to election problems for abortion advocates next November, 60 weeks away. This is Life News Radio. Persecution around the world has manifested itself through the centuries, but it is worse today than ever before. Aid to the Church in Need and its donors have been there to help since 1947, never abandoning the church or her most vulnerable children. Will you stand up for your faith and accompany our brothers and sisters on their spiritual journey? Visit churchinneed.org. churchinneed.org. In other headlines, the city of Austin continues fighting Texas and will now pay for abortions. MPs delivered postcards from North Ireland opposing abortion measures in Parliament Wednesday to 10 Downing Street and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And 4 U.S. senators are blasting Facebook for using 2 abortionists to fact-check and then censor pro-life group Live Action. For pro-life headlines delivered to your email address daily, sign up at lifenews.com. This has been Life News Radio.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Now is the time to join the Coffee Club with our double tumbler offer.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
Oh, yeah. Did you have your blinker on? I don't know why I got the horn there, but hey, good morning. It is 7:31. This is day 3 of our drive time as we wind it up. We've got a great lineup this morning. As I mentioned before we went to break, Coach Paul Maneri is going to be joining us from LSU, the baseball head coach. Then we'll have... let's see, is this Deacon Matthew Dunn? Is that right? Oh, well, okay. And then Bishop Michael Duca will be in with us.
Yes, indeed.
What?
We have a all-star lineup this morning.
Yes, we
right.
do. Okay.
Nobody's going to call because they're all just going to be listening, but we need your help. This is where we need your help. So please call 855-341-5199. Jeff, you got some paperwork back there.
I was trying to. But,
I'm sorry. I'm just gabbing away.
No, it's important because the phone has not been ringing. I think they're listening to Sister Dulce. One of the most interesting things I learned this morning, Sister, is that you became a nun when you were 6 years old. I had no idea.
Oh, thanks very much for the compliment.
No, when I first met Sister, the first thing I noticed is your complexion is just so youthful.
Yeah.
And,
Isn't that true? Yes.
And then... the eyes of Christ. I'm telling you what, when I look into your eyes, it's just very humbling. So,
thank you. You're very kind.
Well,
you need glasses.
And I do have on. These are readers, though. We were talking about the coffee club as we were coming back from break. It is the double tumbler offer, but only during drive time. And we had late yesterday afternoon a online donation. It's an anonymous donation. However, this person said, I'd like to join the coffee club. And normally it's $30 a month, $1 a day.
Right.
But they said, let's just go ahead and make it $100 a month.
Oh, wow.
I'll tell you, it surprised us. It's like we had to make a call. Say, are you sure you hit the right button
wow.
there? Okay. And a winner from the Men of Immaculata tickets we were giving away yesterday, Maureen, a $200 donation, first of all. Mm-hmm. And Maureen lives in Baton Rouge, but she won 2 tickets to the Men of the Immaculata Conference, which is February 29th.
February 29th. This event is so big they had to have their own special day of the year. They had to add a day.
Add a date to the
in
year.
February.
It's remarkable.
And you're mentioning about the coffee club. You know, coffee is a very Catholic thing, and today is a very Catholic coffee day. Now,
Well, put it on us, John.
Oh, here we go.
all right, I got to tell this. You know, okay, we just came through 9/11. You know, 9/11 is one of the most important dates in all of Western civilization history. Obviously, we know about the 9/11 terrorist attack. But that attack came on a day that reflects earlier a major event that happened in the year 1683, when all of Western civilization was saved by basically the Polish army came to the rescue in Vienna. Vienna was under attack by about 300,000 Turks at the time. It looked like all of civilization was going to fall. And the Pope asked for the King of Poland to come down because the king up there had pushed back the Muslims from up there. And sure enough, the king came down, and with only 80,000 Polish, and they strapped these wing-like things on their armor, and they charged the army, and they made this whistling, shrieking sound as they ran and attacked the Turks, and the Turks fled and just en masse, and so they routed the Turks on September 11th, 1683, and was dedicated to Our Lady's hand in the victory. And of course, we have the following day now, named today, we are celebrating the most holy name of the Blessed Virgin Mary. And so that is the connection. Now, where's the coffee connection in there?
Coffee.
Yeah.
Well, according to the what we know, the Polish king went into the camp after they routed the Turks and found these beans there, which they called kafir, because it was coffee, and this is how the Turks were able to fight day and night. And so they brought. The legend is that the Pope, who was Clement VIII, was petitioned to declare coffee then the drink of the devil, due to its association with those enemies. But the Pope tasted it and said, and I'm quoting now, "This devil's drink is so good, we should cheat the devil by baptizing it," unquote. So raise a cup to the coffee club members.
Coffee.
Thank you for all your, all of our coffee club members.
Beautiful.
Give us a call at 855-341-5199 to join the coffee club. It's $1 a day, or ccradio.help. Dave, you had a question for Sister Dulce before we went to break.
we were talking about all of the miracles that go on, and you were talking about the gratitude that you have. Now, we have firsthand witnessed some miracles around here. I mean, just incredible funds will come in exactly when we need them and exactly the amount we need them. Or we've had opportunities when the station actually first started that were jaw-dropping miracles where windows and doors were open. For instance, the FM, the low-power FM signal that had no competition with the FCC. It just, the lawyer said, "Congratulations, you've got the license." Things like that happen. Now, I get pretty excited when a miracle happens, and I come running back. Now, our board of directors, or me and Johnny A. Bear, Father Chris Decker, I go running to them and say, "Look what just happened. Is this incredible?" Father Chris says, "No." And it's like, okay, you're right. It's not incredible. But for me, I can't help but still get excited. I hope I never get used to these miracles that go on. You see this all the time. Do you ever get used to that?
No. The Lord is working.
Yeah.
How much more beautiful than to see him work with his people. That is exciting. That is very gratifying to see him heal them, to see them, give them a message that they weren't expecting to receive. Or look at them and say, "This person has this. Tell her about it." Or she's suffering, or he's suffering this. Tell them about it. It's very important to understand that our Lord is always there. I call him Papa because, our Lord seems to be too formal for me. But he's always there. Papa loves us. His presence is there. We are not the miracle workers. He is. And every miracle, no matter who he's the source that God uses, it is his healing. And it's this message: I love you. I'm here for you. Trust. And that is the most beautiful thing to hear every day.
Sure.
And I hear it several times a day, every day.
You have people come in, and a lot of times folks come in and sometimes they'll have expectations and such, but sometimes it's not always in God's plan, right?
That's right.
That they're going to be completely healed or a miracle. Sometimes
there's different kinds of healings. They come in with lack of faith and they go home with faith. Or they come in with lots of faith and they go home with the ability to exercise their faith. We have to know, when you go to somebody that you trust and ask for something, you have to know that that person is going to give you what you need. He's going to help you find it. We seem to have a lack of trust in God. God is not magic. God is real. And he does not listen to nonsense. You come to him in faith. Who else are you going to trust as much as you trust God? Can you think of anybody?
No, that's
I
true.
can't.
Right.
When I go to him, I go in complete trust because I see how he works. The work that I do is not my work, but his work through me. And I'm very grateful for that.
Yeah.
And it's beautiful to see through the eyes of God, to see the needs of his people, to hear his words, to see his compassion, to see his desire to heal them. That is a beautiful gift in itself. If we just have a little bit more childlike faith in God, as we do in our parents and people that we trust, how wonderful our lives would be.
Right. And again, this is something that goes on all day for
That's
you.
right.
So it just must be quite the beautiful experience all day long as this is going on, right?
It's exhausting.
Yeah, I
because
bet.
I'm watching him work all day and I'm listening all day.
Right.
How are we going to do this? What do you want? It's a prayer. It's a constant prayer. I stay in constant prayer with God. And it's not a prayer like formal prayers, you say. It's simply a listening, a hearing what he wants, and a doing it.
Right. And you have so many people coming in. They're coming in from all over the world, aren't they?
Yes, they are.
Wow.
It's like trying to hang on to his tunic as he goes to his high places. Down low, you're just hanging on, sister. You're hanging on really well. Mercedarian Prayer Center. Check that out online. If you want to get in touch with them, there's a lot of information there. If you're going through a difficult time, cancer, anything else, your faith, give them a call. Visit with sister. But right now, we certainly could use your help. So give us a call at 855-341-5199. ccradio.help. We have all beautiful volunteers standing by to take your call.
Starting to ring. I'm hearing them.
855-341-5199. Stay with us. We got a full lineup, Jeff, coming up. Coach Paul Maneri is coming up next hour. In fact.
He'll be here directly, as we say in Washington Parish. Cypress Springs Prayer Center.org is where you want to go to find out more about Sister Dulcie and that ministry. We'll be right back.
New Orleans is home to many beautiful Catholic churches. There's a new tour company, Catholic Tours of the Crescent City, that offers small driving tours of churches, shrines, and a cemetery. Come join Catholic Tours of the Crescent City as we go into these sacred spaces and explore some of their unique features while learning about the rich Catholic history of our beautiful city. Please visit ctccnola.com, 504-228-7662.
This program is brought to you through the wonderful generosity of Mandina's Restaurant, 3800 Canal Street in New Orleans. For more than 8 decades, Mandina's has been a New Orleans favorite for authentic Italian, fresh seafood, their signature turtle soup, and home-style cuisine. Mandina's on Canal, a proud supporter of Catholic Community Radio. Online at mandinasrestaurant.com. That's mandinasrestaurant.com.
Hi, this is Mike Delahousie from the newly renovated TikTok Cafe. I grew up in Gentilly and I went to Brother Martin High School. I moved across the lake about 25 years ago, but I still do business in the city. I come across the causeway every morning and I love listening to Catholic radio, the Almighty 690. Come join me for a cup of coffee, TikTok Cafe. God bless you all.
West Bank Religious Supply House in Marrero offers a selection of Catholic and religious materials, statuettes, crucifixes, Catholic DVDs, prayer cards, candles, and much more. West Bank Religious Supply House is your Catholic bookstore as well as Christian gift store. West Bank Religious Supply House, 5100 West Bank Expressway, Suite 8 in Marrero. 504-341-6558.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
No gift is too small. One time or recurring, we are grateful.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
Oh my, what a great morning we've had already, and we're just getting started, darling.
Yes, indeed.
All right, 7:44 here on day 3 of Drive Time, along with Jeff Blackwell, who is moi.
Yep, there he is.
Johnny Abear and David Dawson, our presidents.
Yeah, we got. I'm waving my arms frantically of those watching on Facebook
yes.
because Stacy's joining us. This is live radio, so you can watch her come in and unpack her purse and everything, get all comfortable.
Hey, and even if you're driving around in the Baton Rouge areas, hey, why don't you go ahead and stop by? Just drop off a check.
In fact, Lewis,
you like that?
We'll
Okay.
give you a donut.
No, seriously.
Lewis,
come by, just visit the studio.
Right, he has an invitation for everybody.
Come on down, darling.
That's
there
right.
it is.
We're on
It's official
Sunray.
now.
Yeah. Right off of Sherwood and I-12 on the east side there, and it's behind the bank, all the banks there on Sunray. You can't miss the big blue sign with the Heart of Christ kind of right on it. Yeah. So come on in, say hello to us.
We're easy to find. Look, Stacy found us.
Yeah, how'd you find us?
I found you on 2 wheels. I'm sorry, y'all. I'm running a little behind this morning, but hey, I'm here. Do I have lipstick
2
on?
wheels.
Is my hair done?
Motorcycle,
I'm
bicycle, 2 wheels.
I was at, well, you know.
It was those corners she was
It's
taking.
a metaphor,
Yeah.
okay.
But you know what? You're here early, actually. So,
what is a metaphor?
Well,
oh, never mind.
If I'm not here a half hour early, then I'm late. You know what I'm saying? So that's me. Okay.
We are good. You sound great. Oh, you
Great.
know, we want to thank Sister Dulcie Maria for
Yes.
coming
Yeah,
in
we do.
today. What a
Yes.
beautiful gift and what a blessing she is. And she's been in our studios. And y'all, we got a lineup of folks coming in today. We got Coach Paul Maneri's going to be coming in.
Yeah.
And you're going to be sitting right there, too, weren't you, during his visit?
You don't want to talk baseball, Stacy?
Let me just tell you something. The Lord, when I heard that, I thought, Lord, and you know I love Paul Maneri. I do, and I love LSU, but I know nothing about sports. I am very upfront about that on Wake Up. So, hey, it's my day to talk sports.
Well, you're lucky it's baseball because there's baseball is for everybody. And you're going to see why when we're going to be talking about that. And you're going to become the biggest baseball fan by the time that's over. Especially an LSU baseball fan.
What an experience that the coach is going to
Speaking of
pitch
experience,
to you here shortly, huh?
Yeah, yeah.
So, but give us a call, though. We could use your help at 855-341-5199 or ccradio.help. And we're really looking for you to continue your prayers because that's how we basically survive day to day, but right now we do need your help financially to kind of keep this thing going. This is not our thing. It's God's thing. So
right.
We know that
By
from
the
the
way,
beginning.
I just, it is. It's
we just
definitely-
mash the buttons. Yes.
Absolutely right. And that's one of those things that we, every morning when we gather, we know we're on a mission here, and there's a lot of responsibility. But I do want to, Stacy, make you feel comfortable when Coach Maneri comes in. He will be impressed. Ask him how many quarters there are in a baseball game. So
okay.
You know.
Yeah.
You want me to ask him that?
Well, yes. How many quarters in a baseball game?
I'm on the humility train this morning for sure. I need some virtue.
Boy.
I need some more virtue.
Jeff, you're so mean.
It took me a minute to get that, but I got it.
Yeah.
I just want you to know.
Okay.
It's innings and quarters. I remember that from PE in middle school. Thank you.
Good. You're very
Thank
smart.
you.
Okay, now before the coach gets here, because the coach has an incredible offer for everyone today. But before he gets here, we have one right now. This is leftovers. I wouldn't say leftover because
no. It's a little treasure.
This is this is eternal here. This is the Catholic Man Book. That doesn't mean it's for men, but this was given away at the Men of the Immaculata conference that we had in February of 2018, and we're going to have one in February of 2018. Yes, 2018.
It was.
Anyway, then we had it last year too, which was almost a reprint of this, and then we're going to have one in 2020. We had some leftover Catholic Man books. These are treasures.
They
we
really
have the
are.
Humility prayer. Look at that. I just opened it up to a guide to Eucharistic adoration.
Even women can enjoy the Catholic Man.
And you've seen it, right? You've seen what's in it.
I might actually have it in my collection if Glenn Galena was looking for his.
Well, my wife, she put between Catholic Man, she put Catholic for your man book.
Very good.
No, but it is filled with really it's got such a resource. Keep it by your prayer wherever you pray regularly.
Yeah.
Keep it handy because you can pick it up, and it's got so many great guides in it, and prayers are in it as
basic,
well.
like the saying the Rosary. There's the Memorare right there. That's one of my favorites. The
Shows you how to pray
prayer
the
of
Rosary.
humility, which is another one of my favorites. The Apostles' Creed. It's your basics. It's your most important ones. Anyway, any amount, $20 and up, any amount over $20, that's either online or if you call 855-341-5199, you get one of these books. We're going to send
Dave,
it to you.
Well, let me ask you this though, Dave. Why not make it $30 a month? Because
Then you get the Catholic Man book. You get 2 stainless steel coffee tumblers and a 12-ounce package of River Road coffee or K-Cups. I didn't even think about that.
So that's the coffee
Johnny, what a
club,
deal.
and that's the bundle package.
That is quite the bundle because you get the
Yeah.
book, the coffee. You can drink 2 cups of coffee.
There you go.
Fresh coffee, because we're going to have that for you too. My goodness, and it's all tax deductible.
And you'll know that everything in here, the coffee is been baptized because we cheated.
That was the story
the devil
earlier.
was cheated.
That's
by,
right. The story
I heard
earlier.
that.
You heard the story about yes.
I did.
Pope actually baptized
coffee.
Yeah.
So hey, put that in your tumbler and have
And
the
drink
book
it.
yes,
And drink it.
Drink
That's
it up,
right.
baby.
I
That's what we
thought of
do.
it. I didn't say it. David, thank you for doing that.
855-341-5199, 855-341-5199, or ccradio.help if you want to do it online. We emphasize help, or come on by and visit us. We got a studio full of volunteers.
We had a
smiles,
couple of folks come by
coffee.
yesterday, as a matter of fact, drop off money and checks, and when they do, they're visiting people. They're having
At
we
the
got
end,
food,
I don't know if you know
it's a
this,
lot of fun.
Dave, but yesterday at the end of the day, we were all kind of sitting, kind of breathing, looking back at the day, and we had a young man came to the door, and he poked his head in, and we weren't sure if he was lost or not lost, and he just kind of said, "I'm sorry, is this the radio thing?" We said, "Sure." And he goes, well, I'm sorry, I'm listening. I'm not even Catholic, but I was listening, and I just wanted to stop by and say thank you for what you guys are doing. And all I have is $20, but here, take this, please.
Yeah.
And
Wow.
off he went.
Wow.
This is pretty cool.
That's how I got involved. I stopped by.
Yes, you did. You stopped by. We had a guest in the studio, and you had to come see the guest. Was it Sister Dulcie?
I don't remember that part, but I remember being invited to stop by Mike Norwood.
Oh, okay.
And I took him up on it, and
Yes.
I have never left. That was 2012.
That's right. That's right.
And we did the morning show
Or so
together
it might
for,
have been earlier. Yeah.
for several years.
Yes.
Yeah, she was sort of nudged into that.
Yeah. Encouraged.
Yeah, encouraged,
That was
if
the
you
nice
will.
way to say it. Yeah.
I
She was
enjoyed
not
it.
happy with me.
I enjoyed every moment with you, Stacy, doing the show in the
Oh,
mornings. It
it's
was
a treasure.
blessing.
In fact, this is just a gift right now to sit with both of you. I'm just sort of having flashbacks in the best possible way of all these past years. So this is really good.
Well, Johnny and I know that it did start with a laptop, and that was pretty much our studio. Was a laptop with recording equipment.
Yeah.
And that was a Catholic community radio for a while, and we were buying time on a little radio station in Donaldsonville.
Yeah.
And
now,
thank you, God. Look where we are.
amazing. And if you stop by, right?
Yes.
And you stop by and see us here, you'll have snacks on the way in, and you'll get to see this amazing control room where Jeff is back there, and Karen, and all these people mashing buttons and making things happen.
All these lights.
I don't get an
Yes.
arm's length of anything in that room.
Yeah, don't touch anything.
I'm not going to touch
yes.
anything because I don't want to be responsible
Well,
for breaking it.
And honestly, the stuff does break, and that's why we have
True.
these pledge drives.
This is why we
because
need your help.
We do. This stuff breaks. We have to constantly update it, and it is our goal to reach as many people as possible. That's what Christ wants us to do, is to
Amen.
evangelize His faith, so folks can be going down the road in their car, stumble across Catholic Community Radio, or just have been listening to it, like the young gentleman
That's
who came
right.
by who wasn't even Catholic. This is why we are here. You, by calling 855-341-5199 and saying, here's my $10 or here's my $100, or here's my coffee club membership and everything. You are keeping this on the air, but also you are evangelizing the Catholic faith. You are the vital part of it. We just talk and push the buttons.
That's right.
Well, I know so many of you can relate to this, that as a parent or a grandparent, you see your children, grandchildren, friends, family leaving the Catholic faith, and it's very disconcerting, obviously, and we pray, and we should continue to pray. And we also know that sometimes talking to them directly, well, it's a turnoff to them. And so what you pray for is someone else. But one effective way is you never know when that child, grandchild, friend, whatever, is by themselves, and whether it's in the car or whether it's on their phone when kind of scrolling through, they will stumble across, just as they are alone, they will stumble across the station, the radio, the message, the gospel, and hear that call to come home. And that way is your way of evangelizing to those that you love in those similar situations. That's the power of radio. We aren't just saying this because these are actual, true stories. And we've heard this, in addition, people deciding not to go have abortions because they tuned in to Catholic radio on the way and changed their minds.
We've heard that firsthand, as a matter of fact.
Many stories that are out there that you'll never know until we get to heaven exactly how this affected, for the better, people's lives. So that's your mission. That's our mission, is to spread the gospel, and you can be a part of it. Give us a call at 855-341-5199, ccradio.help, or come on by and visit us here on Sunray Avenue over on Sherwood and I-12. Jeff, we got a great day looking ahead of us, man. We got so many wonderful guests piped in here. Give us a rundown.
He's got a piece of paper in his hand.
I do, and it is the schedule. Of course, Stacy Galino is going to join us at 8 o'clock.
Although I'm kind of here right now, but,
Yeah, just play along.
You were predestined.
Next hour, Coach Paul Maneri, the LSU Baseball Tigers, is going to be here, and we have a little surprise for him around 8:30. Be sure. Don't miss this, because we have a surprise guest we're going to bring in via telephone for the coach, all right?
I wonder who it might be.
It's pretty awesome.
Am I going to be excited, too? I bet I am.
Don't miss that.
Yeah, you know what? You will.
I
You
think
will
you
be
will.
excited.
Yeah.
I definitely think you will. All right, so he has what they call it, the dugout experience.
Yes, it
He'll
is.
tell you all about that, and we're going to be working that all day long, because it's going to go to the highest bidder. It is a once-in-a-lifetime experience. All right, so that's coming up next hour. Get those phones going. I mean, they're starting to ring.
They're ringing.
Yeah.
Right.
So what's that magic number there, Stacy? You have it right there?
I do indeed. It is 855-341-5199. Y'all call.
Oh, I'm saying hello to the coach. Y'all carry on. We're going to take a break, and we'll be right back after the top of the hour. It's Drive Time. The year was 1996. It was the final game of the College World Series, and the last pitch led to a walk-off home run by LSU's Warren Morris. Bring the family to Rock and Bowl on Sunday afternoon, September 29th at 2 p.m. to hear the amazing testimony of what God has done in the life of Warren Morris. Tickets are only $10. Plus, bring the kids for pictures and autographs. Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m., September 29th. Go to rocknbowl.com and get your tickets now.
This is Dr. Guy Cresson. With my partner, Dr. Brian Miller, we're at Bucktown Dental Care in the shadows of St. Louis King of France Church in Metairie. My sister Diane Cresson Swing is a hygienist. My brother Russell Cresson is an orthodontist. Bucktown Dental Care, 1569 Lake Avenue since 1980. 504-831-6900. On the web at www.bucktowndentalcare.com and on Facebook. We would love to have you as part of our dental family. Bucktown Dental Care, guiding you to better health.
Look around you everywhere. Look around, my friend. You can see Jesus along your way.
This is John Blanchard with the Rock and Bowl at Yale College Inn, right across the street from Notre Dame Seminary on South Carrollton Avenue. We feel blessed to be in such close proximity to God's great work. Chef Baker Guevara and our culinary kitchen crew are putting together great creations that continue to delight New Orleanians and their families. Rock and Bowl and Yale College Inn is New Orleans. Please think of us for your next family get-together. shrimp remoulade and fried green tomatoes, oysters blue, fresh vegetables from our gardens next door. This is where great food meets great New Orleans people and has been serving New Orleans families for generations. Come and join us.
Yes, I felt the love of Jesus, Christ our King.
Hi, I'm John Melanson with River Road Coffees, and we're proud supporters of Catholic Community Radio throughout South Louisiana. In fact, I can say that we wake their staff up in the morning and keep them going throughout the day. Not only can you find River Road Coffees in most stores, but we can also be found at the many events that Catholic Community Radio hosts. For more information, our website is riverroadcoffees.com. That's riverroadcoffees.com.
Patio Drugs at 5208 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie is a proud sponsor of Catholic Community Radio. Patio Drugs opened in 1958 and is the oldest independent pharmacy in Jefferson Parish. Patio Drugs has a knowledgeable and caring staff with free area delivery. Patio Drugs, a quality pharmacy supporting quality Catholic radio. Patio Drugs, 504-889-7070. On the web at patiodrugs.com.
Drive Time fuels our mission.
WQNO
690 AM.
New Orleans. WPYR AM and LP.
1380 AM and 105.9 FM.
Baton Rouge.
ccradio.help. Twice a year. 3 days in spring. 3 days in fall. We interrupt our programming to bring you Drive Time!
It's Drive Time.
Financial fuel for evangelizing. And now, live from the Catholic Community Radio studios,
it's Drive Time.
Oh, yeah, we are so delighted you're joining us here a minute after 8 o'clock, day 3 of Drive Time here on Catholic Community Radio. In studio, we got Stacy Galino, Coach Paul Manera. Yeah, see, they even have their headphones on. They're visiting. Dave Dawson, and he's telling his baseball story. He's probably giving the coach a little advice. Stacy, you have any advice for the coach?
No. I don't.
And as things usually happen, and it never ceases to amaze me, but I'll call on the chief engineer over here, St. Michael, because one of our cameras just decided to give up the ghost. So
oh, goodness.
So we'll rectify that here shortly, because you don't need to see my mug. We'll make sure that you get to see Coach. Hey, Dave, are you? Wait, there's okay. But I do have an update here. We got some financial news to report to you. Yeah, let's see.
Can't wait.
Let's see. I've got to put on my readers because this is tiny print here. So bear with me, Dave. We're going to do a quick little update here at the top of the hour. Okay.
Okay, great, because I've just been told I got to go move my truck. So talk amongst yourselves.
Well, go ahead. Okay. And while you're at it, by the way.
Live radio, ladies and gentlemen.
Yes, yeah. Let's see here. There's a donation that came in online from Tony. It's a $20 recurring donation. Tony is from Luling and said this donation is made in honor of cancer patients, and that she was inspired to make this donation listening to Sister Dulce during many personal friends and family members dealing with cancer right now. So I hope to encourage them to go see her if it is part of God's plan for them.
Tony.
Very nice. Well put there, Tony. Thank you very much for your contribution as well. Michael from Luling goes to Our Lady Holy Rosary, and it's a it's a $50 gift. Thank you. And he says, thank y'all for what you do. We've got Joni from New Roads, and she goes to St. Mary at False River. $50 donation. She says she's very thankful for Catholic Community Radio and Sister Dulce. Charlotte from Baton Rouge, a member of St. Patrick's, $50 donation. She's also a volunteer that comes in occasionally. God bless you, Charlotte. Thank you. And then John from Port Allen, he lives right over there close to where our transmitter is. He's very thankful for the radio station, and he says it's been very, very helpful to him learning about his Catholic faith. And John's going to get the choir to sing here. What about this? Or Stacy, you were in on the mini choir that we had. Remember that?
That was so much fun. Didn't know you hit the record button, but I should have known.
Oh, yeah. Kitty Cleveland, Judy Klein, and Stacy Galino did the Hallelujahs here on the air. I guess it was about a year ago.
I think it was a year ago.
Thank you guys for, being a part of this ministry, because really you were helping to evangelize, and as an evangelizing person, we are very grateful for that, and you get credit for evangelizing. Okay. So I'm going to toss it to you, David. Are you? Well, he went to move his truck. That was very
impressive. That was so fast. There you go.
Driving skills, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. Wow.
Nope.
Okay, so
Try
we've already
that at
given out. I'm sitting down, catching my breath. 855-341-5199 is the number to call, and our special guest will also be helping give out that number. We have a very special guest. We want to consider you a family member of Catholic Community Radio, because we go back a few years, and you've helped us out many, many times. We have Coach Paul Maneri, LSU baseball coach. Paul Maneri, for those of you not familiar with baseball.
What you pointing at me for over there, David?
I'm sorry. You're going to be very familiar with baseball by the time this hour is up.
Are you not a baseball fan?
It's not that. It's just I don't know about sports too much. Okay. But isn't it funny that the Lord's sense of humor, and frankly, whoever put me with you today, but I'm actually very delighted. I'm going to learn. I'm going to get baptized by
you're
fire
talking
today.
to a legend.
I know. I am aware of that.
Okay, because if you knew Major League Baseball, half of the players in the Major League have played for Coach Maneri.
Yes.
Okay? Well, that's a little bit of an exaggeration.
Could you? There we go.
That was a little bit of an exaggeration, but I'm very happy to be here this morning with all of you, and for what is a great cause and very important to our community.
It is.
Yes.
It is. You know, we were talking earlier about anybody who calls us, 855-341-5199. We're the ones who just push the buttons. We buy the equipment, and we just get the word out there. But these folks who are donating and pledging to Catholic Community Radio, those are the ones who are evangelizing the Catholic faith.
Right. Amen.
We're just instruments, right?
Amen.
So, and Coach Maneri, you have an offer for anyone, I'm told. Not anyone, but you have a very special offer.
Yeah, we're gonna try to raise some money for you all today with a special event, a special experience. Do you want me to talk about it now?
Boy, do I!
A little while
well, let's see. Hang on till the.
Want to talk a little bit about baseball first before we begin?
Sure, I guess we could talk about baseball.
I would like to know. Okay, this is what I know.
At least you're not going to ask me why we didn't bunt or why we didn't leave that pitcher in too long.
No. I know that there's a baseball and a bat and players and innings and first, second, and third base. I remember PE, right?
Let me give you some really important information.
Please.
Okay? There's 108 stitches in every baseball.
All right, there you go.
Okay.
There you
Is there going to be a quiz?
I didn't know that one, so this is great.
Okay.
Yeah.
That's not starting with the basics. No. the game of baseball, of course, is our national pastime.
You're here.
Yes.
And
take me out to the ball game, right? See, I'm a musician.
You need to go.
Do you know which president was the first president to ever throw out the first pitch at a Major League Baseball game? No, of course you would not. You do.
It wasn't George.
Taft,
okay.
you did know
I was going to
that.
say George Washington because,
no.
Yeah, I'm not sure.
Okay.
Not 1,000 points for me. No. Okay.
I don't think George was quite into the game of baseball.
I don't think so. I think he was a little busy with other things.
Other things were much more important.
I'm excited I got Taft.
But the first professional baseball team was in 1876.
Okay.
The Cincinnati Red Stockings, now known as the Cincinnati Reds.
Okay.
And
it's still safe to say.
Yes. Okay.
Yeah.
And of course, they moved through the end of the 1800s and into the 1900s, and then there was what they called a dead ball. Nobody could hit it very far, and there was all kinds of different rules. And then a guy named Babe Ruth came along.
I remember about that.
Changed
you know
the
that
face
one.
of baseball, and off we go.
Off we go.
The game is a very for those that know the game, it's a very exciting game. For those that don't know the game, they think it's boring.
Yeah.
But there's a lot of dead time during a game, which allows you to sit in the stands and visit with your
Right.
friends and not be.
This is what I'm talking about.
That's exactly right.
This is what you would love. You need to go.
You know it.
If you go to an LSU game, you know what it's like? It's like going to a wonderful picnic. You're
Yes,
having a great time with all the
family-oriented
people around you. By the way, there's a baseball game going on. So suddenly everybody's going to stand up and scream because the ball is flying over your head, right? Because you're in the outfield maybe. I don't know.
And do we hear da,
right?
da, da, da?
Oh, you'll hear all of that.
Yeah.
We hear all kinds of
Awesome.
stuff there.
So you've been missing out.
I have been missing out, but
Yeah.
you know what I would love to know? I want to hear a little bit about Coach Paul Maneri and just how you got involved with the game, just real quick.
Really? Oh.
Okay.
I love learning about people, so that's
Okay.
my game.
Well, I grew up in Miami, Florida, and I grew up the son of one Demi Maneri, who was, when he retired from coaching, was considered the greatest junior college coach of all time.
Wow.
He started the junior college baseball not only at Miami-Dade Community College in Miami, Florida, but really he was the father and pioneer of junior college baseball, maybe college baseball in all of South Florida. That was around 1960-ish. I was born in 1957. And so we moved down there when I was born. I was born in West Virginia. My dad started this program, and as Dave was talking about players in professional baseball, my father really provided a lot of
Did he
players
really?
for
Okay.
professional baseball, great players through the years.
Uh-huh.
All ranging from Steve Carlton, a left-handed
Oh.
pitcher in the Hall of Fame, and
Yeah.
he played for my dad in the 60s, to Mike Piazza in the 90s.
Okay.
And so in between, he had about 30 of his former players make it to the major leagues. My father won a national championship in 1964. He had 5 near misses. And so growing up as his son, he influenced me in so many ways. And we can talk about that here going forward. But certainly influenced me in my love of sports. And actually, I'll just say it right now. You know, every night my father, we would have dinner with my mother. My mother is a wonderful person, and Rosetta was a great cook, of course, and we had 5 children, and every night we'd have dinner together, which is a very unusual with a coach's family.
That's true. That's
so
true.
we had dinner together, and Mom and Dad were both teachers by trade, and they tried to impart their knowledge about the world on their children. And Mom and Dad used to constantly talk about serving others and doing things. Your time on earth is short, and you need to do things to help people. And I guess that's a tone that tells me I'm talking too much.
So wonderful.
We got to come back and revisit that, because we're always talking about the most important messages you can get are around the table from your
Amen.
parents, correct?
Amen.
So, all right. Stacy, what's
Well,
that
hey.
number?
855-341-5199. We'd love to hear from you.
Or go to ccradio.help. ccradio.help. If you don't feel like, if you're shy and you don't want to talk to anybody, it's really quick. It's really quick. So, or 855-341-5199.
Catholic Art and Gifts at 6184 Florida Boulevard is a proud sponsor of Catholic Community Radio. Catholic Art and Gifts has sacramental items and supplies for church and clergy. Catholic Art and Gifts also has books from the latest Catholic authors, icons, gifts for all occasions, and always a warm, heartfelt welcome from the staff. Catholic Art and Gifts, 6184 Florida Boulevard, 926-1216, or visit Ziegler's.com.
This is Dr. Gary Levy at Lakeview Veterinary Hospital in New Orleans. As stewards of God's four-legged creation, we at Lakeview Veterinary Hospital are proud to support Catholic radio. I grew up in Lakeview and attended Christian Brothers, De La Salle, and Loyola. My love and respect for all God's creatures led to my 30-year veterinary career here in the shadow of St. Dominic's Church. Lakeview Veterinary Hospital on Memphis Street behind Starbucks on Harrison Avenue. 504-482-2173 or lakeviewvet.com.
Hi, this is Peter Finney, and this is your Clarion Herald Minute. For the last 26 years, St. Luke the Evangelist Parish in Slidell has been meeting the needs of the poor. The September 14th issue of the Clarion Herald takes a look at how St. Luke's efficient staff of volunteers goes above and beyond to serve the needy. The journey of Gilles Charbonnet and his wife Rhonda to Lourdes in France is a story of perseverance and faith. We take a look at how Gilles' serious illness has transformed his life. Archbishop Amon blessed the long-awaited new school campus at St. Elizabeth Ann Seton in Kenner last week. The Archbishop also reflects on how harshness in social media can become a weapon that wounds the people who are the subject of hateful words. The Catholic Communication Campaign, taken up in all churches this weekend, will help the Clarion Herald expand its social media presence as well as make the Clarion's e-edition available in the palm of your hand.
Masseteau Lind is a locally owned benefits agency serving the Gulf Coast area with more than 43 years of combined experience, designing and managing benefits packages such as major medical and retirement to meet the needs of employers and their employees. Masseteau Lind is a proud underwriter of Catholic Community Radio. Masseteau Lind. Email info@masseteaulind.com or 866-237-7723.
Hi, this is Chef Tony Montalbano from Two Tony's Restaurant in the historic West End area of Lakeview. I'm a proud supporter of Catholic Community Radio. I'd like to welcome you personally to enjoy my family's restaurant and enjoy some of the Creole Italian dishes that have been in my family for generations, like our great local Gulf seafood, house-made soups and sauces, or one of our Sicilian marinara favorites. That's Two Tony's Restaurant out in the West End area, 8536 Pontchartrain Boulevard, where Pontchartrain Boulevard meets the lake, 282-0801.
This is Life News Radio. I'm Jim Anderson. California state prosecutors this week became the latest to seek to gag defense attorneys, this time from speaking to the press relating the progress of the criminal case against investigators into abortion specimen marketing. Prosecutors objected to media attention after a Fox News anchor said the prosecution of David DeLayden and Sandra Merritt seems rife with political corruption. Judge Christopher Haidt simply declined to issue gag or protection orders. The prosecution of two citizens will continue in public light. National Right to Life is celebrating North Carolina election victories this week. Among those lamenting the election losses of abortion advocates in two races blame candidates for following the Democrat playbook. The embrace of radical abortion is rejected even by rank-and-file Democrats, and that could point to election problems for abortion advocates next November, 60 weeks away. This is Life News Radio. Persecution around the world has manifested itself through the centuries, but it is worse today than ever before. Aid to the Church in Need and its donors have been there to help since 1947, never abandoning the Church or her most vulnerable children. Will you stand up for your faith and accompany our brothers and sisters on their spiritual journey? Visit churchinneed.org. churchinneed.org. In other headlines, the city of Austin continues fighting Texas and will now pay for abortions. MPs delivered postcards from North Ireland opposing abortion measures in Parliament Wednesday to 10 Downing Street and Prime Minister Boris Johnson. And 4 U.S. senators are blasting Facebook for using 2 abortionists to fact-check and then censor pro-life group Live Action. For pro-life headlines delivered to your email address daily, sign up at lifenews.com. This has been Life News Radio.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
As a faithful listener, we are supported by your prayers, and they are priceless.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
All right, that number to call, 855-341-5199. That's 855-341-5199 or ccradio.help. And we are asking for you to call and pledge anything, any amount. If you're going to do $20 or more, you can get this Catholic Man Book. This is brought to you by the Men of the Immaculata. And it is a chock-a-block full of incredible prayers, standard prayers, new things, meditations on the rosary, how to go to adoration, things like that. It's a wonderful gift. So any amount, $20 and up, we will mail you this book. And this any contribution that you make or pledge that you make is also paying for equipment, which breaks, which just did.
Yeah, which
by the
just
way.
did.
Yes.
Can we
yes.
just talk about that for a moment?
Well, there was a camera.
You should have seen the activity
facing
in
us.
here.
That's
yeah,
right.
over the
And-
break.
And
It's called Catholic calisthenics.
Are you okay in there,
I
Jeff?
think Jeff is like,
you need some water? Yeah,
Good,
you
I
and
got
Karen.
water.
do you have? Did you able? We had to substitute a camera here,
Yeah,
which is
right.
means one just broke.
Yeah.
So so you got it working again? Is it?
No.
No. Okay.
So what I did is took my camera and put in there for Coach.
Okay. Great. Great. Okay. So we
Thank you.
we got.
So we can see.
We have the
Put me
coach
in,
cam.
Coach,
There
right?
he is. I see it. I see it. The coach cam is working. Okay. Fantastic, Coach. Right before we went to break, you would tell us the story. You were talking about being around the table with your family and the valuable lessons that you learned, especially about your Catholic faith. Why don't you take it from there?
Well, the question was asked how I got into baseball.
Yeah, yeah.
I don't mean to talk about myself, but being raised, with a father that was so devout Catholic and talked about service all the time, and I considered the priesthood myself, but I just felt that my calling was to be a teacher and a coach, much like my father and my mother. My mother wasn't a coach, but she was a teacher, and they had such a great influence on me. So I spent most of my childhood just in the dugout with my father, watching his games and watching his interaction with the players. And I could see how he was teaching life lessons along the way. He was a very successful coach, as I mentioned before. But more than that, his impact on young people was immense. And it was something that I, when you combine his talkings about service and then watching the way that he was interacting with his players, it was the greatest influence on me. And I loved being an athlete. I loved sports, and education, was so important in our family. And so the combination, made it pretty natural for me that once my playing careers were over, that it was, coaching was what I wanted to do. So I was very fortunate at 25 years old to get my first head coaching job at a small school in Miami, St. Thomas University. And from there, after 6 years, I was named the very first civilian baseball coach at the United States Air Force Academy.
My goodness.
And that was a tremendous honor, of course. As in those young men's lives, you were trying to teach them how to be successful, and obviously what they do, they're the custodians of our way of life, and that was very critical. And I thought I'd be there forever. I loved it, and there was this school out in South Bend, Indiana, our mother's university, the University of Notre Dame, that came a-calling. And I figured, I do want to get to heaven. So
if Mama's knocking, I better.
You don't say no to her, right?
No, that's right.
So we used to tell people, that God didn't care whether or not Notre Dame won or not, but his mother sure did.
I love it.
So, I was there for 12 years, and obviously that was an amazing experience. And, I turned down several other job opportunities that came that came my way, but I just couldn't leave Notre Dame, and there was only really one school in the whole country for which I would have considered leaving. And what are the chances that school actually makes the opportunity there? So, that's why I'm here at LSU now.
Oh my goodness, what a
and
blessing!
As I tell my friends back at Notre Dame, don't give me a hard time. We have more Catholics at LSU than you have at Notre Dame. So.
And
that is true. That is true.
Wow.
Oh, wow.
Notre Dame only has a student population of 7,800.
Oh, well, that's true.
And we have way more than 7,800
Yes.
Catholics.
Just do the math. Yeah,
That's exactly right.
I was just thinking of the ratio, but no, you're absolutely right. Just in volume alone, we do that. So let's see, you started in 2006.
Here. In the fall of 2006. 2007 was our first season, but we don't need to talk about that season. That was kind of a rough year.
Oh, just getting adjusted, right? Just getting adjusted.
But our second year, we went to Omaha, and our third year, we won the national championship.
Yes.
And
the crowd roars.
Yes. Now, unfortunately, as LSU fans often remind me, we've been spending 10 years chasing that second national championship. We've come awfully close. We've had some great teams and been a national seed many times. Lost in the championship round to Florida a couple years ago. Some of our best teams, sometimes the ball just didn't bounce our way.
Yeah.
But, we feel good about the future, and we've got some outstanding young men, great coaching staff. My assistant coaches are also good, and we're going to keep working at it.
Yeah.
But in the meantime, we're going to try to continue to impact young people's lives and prepare them for our world.
Yes, we're talking this morning. We're so blessed to have with us Coach Paul Manieri of LSU Baseball, right? And we're needing you to call right now, 855-341-5199, and help us out here at Catholic Community Radio so you can hear wonderful interviews just such as this one throughout the day today. Is today our final day, David?
Today is our final day.
Yeah,
that's right. That's
You
right.
can donate online as well at ccradio.help. You know, as I listen to you, Coach Paul, what I may not know, you know, I will never be one of those persons going, now why did they bunt there or whatever, you know, whatever you're saying. I don't have that knowledge base, but what I do hear, the knowledge base that I do have is what I'm hearing from you is you had such a beautiful gift in your parents and the role model that they were in terms of a lived out Catholic faith and teaching you character and virtue. And I can really see how sports and that call that you had to education and sports, and particularly baseball, is allowing you to be that vessel, that mentor, that gift to our young men here at LSU and in the Baton Rouge area and so forth. And I just think that is a beautiful gift.
Well, I'm trying. You know, I had an unbelievable mentor. It seems like yesterday that, you know, he would pile all 5 children into our Volkswagen Bug in the back seat.
With no air conditioning.
With no air conditioning.
We remember those days. I know I do.
on our way to Mass on Sunday. And, you know, my dad was, you know, he didn't get paid very well. You know, he's a teacher and a coach at a junior college, and he wasn't making much money, and he had, you know, 7 family members, and he had every Sunday when that basket would go in front of us, I would see my dad pull out a $20 bill and drop it in, and it just used to amaze me. $20 to him must have felt like $2,000 at that time, and the sacrifice that he would make for, you know, for the good of the church, and the church meant so much to him. You know, my dad said the rosary every day, and you know, even as he was in his last hours of his life and I would be sitting with him, he'd have the rosary in his hand, and you know, it made a great impact. You know, made a great impact on a son and on his other sons and his daughters.
I know, it's making me cry too.
Well, I was very fortunate. You know, I try not to get too emotional, but you know, my dad lived a good, full life. You know, he lived to be 90 years old. So
My goodness.
I had him for 61 years as a father, and feel very blessed to have had that, you know. But I miss him.
Yeah,
you know,
so he died when, Coach?
March 13th, this past spring.
Of this past spring, so, oh my goodness.
We had a game that night.
Fresh loss.
Season is going on.
Yeah, we had a game that night, and he passed away that morning.
Oh.
And my brother Jim was there first, and then I got there a few minutes later, and well, you know, there was never any question I had to coach that game that night. I knew my dad wanted me to. So.
I was amazed. I was amazed because I was watching the game, and it's like, how is he doing this?
That's what he taught you, right? That sacrifice.
God gives you strength to do things you don't think you're capable of doing sometimes.
Amen. Well, we need to hear from you today.
Yes, we do.
Yeah, we do. 855-341-5199. We sure do need your help here at Catholic Community Radio. You can donate online as well at ccradio.help. Let us hear from you.
And when we come back, we're going to have a special guest on the phone for Coach Manieri to visit with. All right, so don't go anywhere. Dial now. This is the time to call. 855-341-5199.
Whether it's home, life, or auto, everyone needs insurance. Catholic Community Radio is underwritten by Glenn Conk. A longtime listener and financial supporter, Glenn Conk is an agency owner of Allstate Insurance. Located at 15928 Tigerbend Road. For home, life, or auto insurance, remember Glenn Conk. Allstate Insurance in Baton Rouge. 225-752-0296. 225-752-0296.
Hi, I'm Bo Brock. I've been an attorney for the last 27 years. Most of that time has been as a prosecutor, the last 8 as a criminal defense attorney. I've been a member of the St. Thomas More Parish for the last 26 years. Come out and meet our new dynamic pastor, Father Michaelello. The book tells us Jesus healed lepers. Leprosy was considered by the community to be a curse from God, and that person was a grave sinner. By helping the leper, Jesus was defying Jewish law. This act of kindness, aiding a person everyone considered evil, may be Jesus' greatest act of public mercy before the cross. Jesus' example is why I am able to joyfully extend my hand to those who have failed, who have sinned, who everyone else believes has committed a wrong. Lawyers don't believe we simply put Band-Aids on moral lepers in criminal court. Lawyers are called to solve problems, cleanse addicts from their affliction, and make our community whole again. Today, display that same mercy to others, for blessed are they who show mercy, mercy shall be theirs. This message is underwritten by Brock Law, and I hope your day will be a blessed one.
Mule's Religious and Office Supply is happy to support Catholic Community Radio. A Catholic bookstore, Mule's was founded in 1973 and home to the Medjugorje Star newsletter. Mule's has gifts for confirmation, first communion, baptisms and weddings, indoor and outdoor statuary, engraved Bibles, rosaries, and so much more. Mule's Religious and Office Supply is at 2627 David Drive in Metairie, only 2 blocks up Veterans towards the river. Mule's Religious and Office Supply.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Speak to a volunteer operator until 6 p.m. or it's faster to donate online at ccradio.help 24/7.
It's drive time.
Oh, what a joy it is to be with you on this Thursday morning, September 12th. I think Gabby, Stacy,
Gab, I know. I can see how you could, I look so young this morning. I know.
Yes, you do. I mean, every morning. What are you talking about here?
You're so funny.
Stacy Galino is with us, Coach Paul Maneri, and, of course, Dave Dawson. He calls himself our fearful leader because, we're on a mission here. I'm sorry, Dave.
You're our fearful leader.
I'm so sorry.
But you're not full of fear.
We're having a good time here.
That's
we're
right.
talking
We didn't mean to
baseball.
interrupt y'all, know.
All right.
Okay, well, y'all talk amongst yourselves. Coach and I are going to visit over here.
Right.
Oh, no. We got to talk about the experience because we have a special guest standing in the wings here via the telephone.
Yeah, he has got quite the offer for us. Coach?
Well, I was telling you during the break that during the time that I've been here, I've been asked to speak and help, several charity functions. And we kind of came up with an idea that maybe we could give a unique experience out. So we moved into our new stadium 10 years ago. I guess it'll be 11 years with this season.
Amazing.
But the general public never gets to see the infrastructure of the facility. They don't get to go into my office. They don't get to go where the players dress.
Oh, you let them in your office?
Locker
Holy
room.
cow. Okay.
They don't get to go into the players' lounge and all those things. And then they don't get to walk out the tunnel onto the field. So what we decided to come up with is what we call the game day experience. And so somebody will meet them. First of all, we'll give them a parking spot up close to the stadium.
Mm-hmm.
I'll give the family 4 additional tickets, my personal tickets in the gold seats. But two people get to stay on the field with us.
Right.
So they can all come for pregame onto the field, but then 4 of them will have to go back up in the stands once the game begins. So they get the tour, and they come out on the field. They stand with us for the national anthem. And then one person is designated to throw out the first pitch for the ball game. So their video of them doing that is up on the Jumbotron, and everybody's taking pictures of that, and they get to see themselves walking out to the mound, and hopefully 10 or 11,000 people are in the stadium, and they'll all cheer them madly.
I've seen that happen, and it is amazing.
They throw out the first pitch, and then they get to stay in the dugout for the entire ball game. So they get all the Powerade and energy bars and stuff that they want. They stand there at the fence in front of the dugout interacting with the players. So it gives them a very unique experience. We've led the nation in attendance, for 24 straight years, averaging almost 11,000 people a game.
That's amazing.
Oh, it is.
So this is a perspective that's very unique.
Yes.
And it's something that just lives in their memory and pictures and videos. But it's a wonderful experience, and everybody that's purchased it has not regretted it. Yeah, if you can imagine, we've had the record is $12,000 for this experience.
Wow.
Before that, it was $9,000. Generally speaking, when I'm out there in public, pushing this item, we can get as much as $5,000, $6,000, $7,000 for it. So, I think. You guys do what you want to, but I think the minimum bid should probably be about $1,500.
Okay, we will start it at $1,500. If you call 855-341-5199 and start this bid at $1,500, so $1,500, Okay, you get to you got two people that can go into the dugout.
You got two people that spend the entire game in the dugout.
Then four people in the gold
One
seats.
of those people throw out the first pitch.
Okay.
Right?
One throws out the first.
All right.
Oh,
Four gold seat tickets, my personal tickets.
Wow.
And I'll also give him a parking pass in the champion slot.
Oh, right.
Boy, that might be more
parking
valuable than
yeah,
anything.
you
That right
might want
there.
to do, yeah, the
Because
parking
I have
passes.
hooked it to get to the stadium before. I think I parked in Gonzales once in the park. So okay. The first pitch, you're going to be up on the jumbotron.
Yeah,
that's okay. 4 gold seats, and then this is 2 people can be in the dugout, and one of the folks can throw out that.
Now,
is there like an age limit?
Yeah, I'm glad you brought that up. SEC rules don't allow a high school age person to be in the dugout.
Okay.
Yeah, and be a part of it. So it'd have to be before 9th grade or after they've left high school.
All right, so high schoolers.
It's a nice way to say older people.
There you go.
That is really interesting, and I can appreciate that too.
And you should see how much
I think we qualify,
you should see how
David.
much a middle-aged gentleman or woman enjoys this experience.
Yeah.
It's so unique.
And find out they can't quite throw it all the way to the mound.
And if the game goes really well, I let them tell me if I should take the pitcher out or not.
You had mentioned that one time we were talking about the game day experience, and someone was talking about you can go ahead and give advice to the coach,
Yeah.
and you had mentioned I have 10,000 other people giving me
Why
10,000
not?
other people
What's another
coaching.
person, right?
Exactly. Exactly. So, well, all right. So let's call 855-341-5199, or that you can do this online as well. We're going to start this at $1,500, and this is for the game day experience. This is 4 gold seat tickets and coaches tickets, right?
Personal tickets.
Personal
yes,
tickets.
Right behind home plate.
All right, and a parking pass. 2 folks can be in the dugout and throw out the first pitch. Did you say the national anthem? Is there
they stand with us for the
They stand
national
with you for
anthem
the
on the
national
edge
anthem. I'll
of
make
the,
sure I get all this.
warning track, sure.
Other than that, they don't get much. Is that what you're saying?
Now,
Okay.
how long are you going to let this process happen? This
We're going to do we're going to do this for the rest of the day.
Yes.
Okay.
All
On into the
day.
evening, if you're okay with
Absolutely.
that. Okay. Great.
And then when the winner is identified, you reach out to me and I'll tell them how to contact us, and we'll get this set up.
Sure.
And the one last thing, it would have to be for a non-SEC game.
That's right.
We are
I
not
understand.
permitted by the conference to have people in the dugout that are not part of the team, the official team.
Yes. Yes. And boy, I tell you, the closer to the beginning of the season, the better, because the crowd is fired up.
Sure.
You know, it is so.
I'm really anxious to know who's getting ready to call here.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah. In fact, we got him on the line. He's been listening to it. I don't know if he wants to actually bid on this.
I think he
dugout
does.
experience.
Oh, no.
No, I think he's been in the dugout a time or
Who
two.
is it? Who is it? Come on,
From
my
a different
curiosity.
era, but you'll love him. Warren Morris joins us this
Oh,
morning.
my goodness, Warren.
Morning, Warren. How are you?
Hey, good morning, everybody. Good to be in with you.
What say, Warren?
Hey, Coach.
Now,
That's
Stacy.
a pretty exciting offer there. I can tell you there's no better place for college baseball to be sitting right there in Alex box, and definitely in the dugout. So I know people are going to really get out their wallets and make great bids on that.
Now, for those who don't know, and Stacy's sitting right here, she doesn't know.
Well, you're assuming that, but we don't have to talk about it right now.
We're talking to a legend
That's
here.
a legend.
Okay? This
Now
was
we're
the
talking about a
walk-off
legend
home
here.
run that
Yeah.
won the 1996, right? 96
That's
96
correct.
World Series.
Oh, my
okay,
goodness.
we were
Yes.
behind, and he got in there and knocked it out the park.
Greatest moment in the history of college baseball.
Okay.
And let me tell
I'm
you,
getting
it is.
educated this morning.
And this is
That's
one of those
awesome.
situations where everybody remembers where they were.
I
You're
know.
watching this, you know.
I was late for my sister's wedding because I wouldn't leave my house until the game was over. I literally walked
That
in
was
late to
worth
my
it.
sister's
Wow.
wedding. My
Yes.
wife was not too happy with me, but I told her we won. Warren hit a home run.
Wow.
You know,
This
you
is
know what?
awesome.
You know what I'm wondering, Warren. Do you ever get used to it? I mean, do you watch the replays, or are you just like, yeah, I'm done with that?
Oh,
I mean,
no. Oh,
okay.
yeah. No, I love watching the replays. The good thing is it never ends bad. So it's always a good ending on that one.
You know
But,
me.
yeah.
Yes.
I know. It's hard to believe it's 23 years ago. And, I bet a week doesn't go by that somebody doesn't stop me and say something about it. So it's been special to me. And I've got to meet a lot of people over the years. And like you said, they remember where they are. So it's just amazing.
So let me tell you all about Warren Morris, okay?
All right.
That was his first home run of the year. Warren was in his junior year. He was it was his draft eligible year. Was it your junior year or senior year, Warren?
Oh, that was my redshirt junior year.
Redshirt junior year. And Warren was a really great professional prospect, and then he had a hand injury. He broke the hamate bone in his hand, which is a very painful injury when you count on your hands to be able to swing a bat. And he wasn't even sure he'd be able to play, but he was such an inspirational player to his team, and they kept putting him in even though he couldn't even swing a bat. And then finally his hand started to feel better in Omaha, and here it was, bottom of the ninth inning, losing by a run to the University of Miami, a great ball game. And Miami was one out away from winning the national championship,
I remember.
And Warren took it away from him and gave it to LSU with a 2-run home run.
Yeah.
Warren played for Skip Bertman, the greatest coach in the history of college baseball, who we are going to finally honor this Friday, tomorrow, with a statue out at the stadium. It's going to be a wonderful event. Are you coming down for that, Warren, by any chance?
Yes, absolutely. I'll be there tomorrow.
Okay, I look forward to seeing you. But when I became the coach 14 years ago, many of Skip's former players greeted me and wished me well and so forth. There was nobody that was nicer to me than Warren Morris.
Oh, wow.
Warren works up in Alexandria for Red River Bank. Is that correct still?
That's right.
Okay.
That's it. Still there.
And his father is one of the nicest people you ever want to meet. Warren's always coming here with his father, and he is a true legend of not only LSU baseball but college baseball. It was the most remarkable moment in the history of the sport.
It really was. It really was. That's amazing. You know, Warren, you're going to be speaking. One of our great underwriters at Catholic Community Radio is Rock and Bowl and the College Inn, and you're going to be speaking at the College Inn coming up really soon, aren't you?
I am. I'm really looking forward to that.
Yeah.
Yeah, in New Orleans, the Rock and Bowl there on Sunday, September the 29th at 2 p.m. And they reached out to me, have a great event. I believe they got Rudy Rudiger from, Coach knows well as he was at Notre Dame, but the movie.
Yeah.
And so they liked the SEC story, little piece they did on me and my story. So she wanted to have that featured and asked me if I would come, and I thought, what greater opportunity to come and share with people and just, share the story, but also share how God has worked in my life, and I think he can work in anyone's life.
Yeah.
That's the part. That's the part that I love. Tying in, God and Christ in your life while you are working, while you are coaching. That's usually people separate that, right? But you guys are you guys are making it real.
It's the way you live your life. There's nothing fake about that. God didn't hit the home run for Warren. Warren hit the home run.
Right.
But it's the strength that God gives you to handle adversity, to be humble with success, to give credit to others. Nobody does anything alone. I guarantee you, Warren would tell you himself that, even though he swung the bat, there was a spirit of his team that was behind him, his team, his coaches, his faith. And all of that gave him the confidence that he could do it. And we all live our lives a certain way. It just so happens that Warren's fame at that moment in his life came because of his ability as a baseball player. But it didn't end there. Warren went on to play in the major leagues.
That's right.
And today Warren is a very successful banker. But more than anything, Warren is a great man. I'm telling you, he's one of the finest people that I have met in my time that I've been at LSU. And there's nothing at all fake about Warren, I can tell you that. He's as genuine as they are, and I don't mean to speak for him about his faith, but you just know that there's something more deeper and profound in Warren Morris than just his ability as a baseball player.
Well, Warren, I'm just wondering, as you're listening to Coach Paul Manieri speak about you this morning so beautifully, about your character and your virtue, I'm just wondering if Coach Paul Manieri had any impact at all upon the man you've become today.
Well, yeah. I mean, I get to be the good role of a faithful fan, and now that he's the coach of our team, I love to go out there, and he's doing a tremendous job with LSU, and leading the institution, and I believe LSU's kind of the flagship of our state, and a lot of our pride and what we stand behind is behind the athletics, because that's what's on TV a lot. So. I'm proud to know him and the job that he's done, and I think we're real fortunate to have him, here in our state and leading our team. And yeah, I mean, we couldn't ask for a better person either. You know, he's a great ambassador for, you know, just the right things and getting the right kids in there. And I think, you know, you can ask pretty much any kid from second grade on up through high school that plays Little League or high school baseball, if they could have their choice, where would they want to go to college? I mean, they would say LSU, and, you know, a big part of that is because of the job he and his staff are doing to continue on the great program. And, you know, I think even bigger and better things are going to be there. So, you know, I would say thank you for all that you've done and continue to do. And, you know, we're all behind you.
Thank you, Warren. Thanks very much.
Oh,
How about the East Bank Little League team out of New Orleans being the Little League World Series? I hope that's the next wave of future Tigers there.
Exactly. I know. Those guys were good.
Oh, boy. 855-341-5199. We do need your help here at Catholic Community Radio. We're talking this morning with Coach Paul Maneri, and we have on the phone with us Warren Morris.
Warren, I don't know if you need to run because I know you're working.
He's on banker's hours.
That's right. That's right. No, I'm good. I can talk a little longer.
I just wanted to make sure everyone who wants to come see you at the Rock and Bowl, you can get your tickets online at Rock N Bowl. That's the letter N, not rock and, but N. rocknbowl.com. You'll scroll down to the date, September 29th, and you can purchase your tickets for $10 a piece, and you'll be there and talking about the man you love upstairs, the Lord. So we're looking forward to seeing you.
No, I appreciate it. Yeah, I'm looking forward to it as well. You know, just I really truly believe that we all are where we are and around the people that we're around for a reason. You know, we talk about missionaries that go all over the world and talk about Christ, but I think where we are now, we're all on mission for him. So just the fact that we all have a story and a purpose, just want to kind of share about mine and hopefully encourage everyone to use the gifts they've been given to go out and do great things where they are.
Well said.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed. Thank you, Warren. We really appreciate you joining us. So.
We do.
Well, thank you all. No, I enjoyed it and good talking with everybody. And Coach, I'll see you tomorrow. And thanks again for the kind words.
Looking forward to seeing you, Warren. Travel safe.
All right. God bless. Thank y'all.
God bless you too. Thank you. That was sweet. All right, so the dugout experience is on the table.
The phone's starting to ring again, by the way.
Yes,
as I was running outside to go tell the guy with the leaf blower he's by the
to
window.
Cool it, huh? Could you
Once
wait?
again, it's live radio, and when the coach is talking and saying profound things, lawnmowers and leaf blowers are going on. It's like, yeah. Anyway, so
you know what? I wanted to share with you, Coach, that we have one of our listeners that has joined us this morning, Tish Ancona Gerald, and she's saying about you. Excuse me. Love this man, referring to you. He became a good friend after the death of our son, Matthew Gerald. And we just want to offer our love and prayers in the loss of your son, Tish. And thank you so much for listening this morning.
You know, Matt Gerald is a hero of mine. And he's buried about 20 yards from my father at the Louisiana National Cemetery. And so I often go out to visit my dad. I always stop by and see Matt Gerald, and I think of Tish and Ronnie and their whole family, and what they went through is unbelievable. Yesterday I had the great honor of speaking to the first responders of Baton Rouge out at Rest Haven Funeral Home. They had a nice lunch for them, and I guess every September 11th they gather them all.
Oh, wow.
And they asked me to be the keynote speaker. So I had the great honor of going out and talking to our law enforcement officers and our firemen and our EMS people, and you know, just an opportunity to thank them for their dedication. And you know, and I told them yesterday that there's not a day goes by where I don't think of Matt Gerald, Brad Garafola, Montel Jackson, and Nick Touye, although Nick is still alive, but he was injured
is on
terribly.
the cross. He is suffering. He really is. But he's here with us, right?
He is. And you know, those people are servants for us in a way that many of us can't serve ourselves and protect ourselves.
Absolutely.
And, you know, when trouble happens, most of us run away from it. These guys and girls run to it.
Yes.
And their bravery and their courage and what they do for our community can never be understated, or we can't say thank you enough to them and the members of our military.
Amen.
Absolutely.
Well stated.
What an honor to be able to go speak to them.
Yeah.
I don't know how you keep like your composure. That I would be
Especially,
crying the whole
yeah,
time. I know I would. Yeah.
Well, my own brother Jim served in the Coast Guard, and was a fireman. My father served in the Army during the Korean War.
Oh, your father was in the Army?
Yes.
Okay, great.
I had an uncle that was a bombardier in World War II. And, I worked for 6 years at the United States Air Force Academy. I have 4 former players that are general officers in our armed forces. So they still call me Coach.
Yeah,
it's a little weird.
In fact, the last time, Coach, you and I visited, you had just gone up. You were
and the F-16.
Oh, yeah.
Oh,
yeah.
wow.
I'm very proud to announce I only lost my cookies 3 times in 50 minutes.
Flying an F-16.
But, when you fly upside down at like 1,000 miles an hour, it does something to your system.
Things happen in the body.
It was a bucket list thing that we checked off. Glad I did it. Never do it again.
Yes, you might have needed a bucket, right? A real bucket.
A real bucket.
That's what I'm thinking.
And so those were the guys that knew you from school.
Well, the pilot of that plane, not necessarily was not one of my students or my athletes, but through my contacts in the Air Force, they got him to invite me for a practice run, and it was quite an experience. Yes, it was. It you know what it does?
You're a braver man than I am, I assure you.
Well, I wasn't scared one iota. First of all, well, no, why would I be scared? First of all, you have your faith. Okay, so if something was to happen, you knew you were going to join your maker. Okay,
there you go.
That's right.
And number 2, he's one of the greatest pilots in the world, and the plane was being taken care of by the greatest mechanics in the world.
True.
Yeah.
So why should I be afraid?
Absolutely.
I felt safer doing that than anything I've ever done. It was just the motion sickness that got to me. When you're doing flips and all those kinds of things. But what was the most amazing thing to me was it was a walk in the park to that pilot. His skill, his intelligence, his bravery, and so forth. For me, I'm holding on to the handles, flipping all around, saying, "How did they do this?"
How long was this flight? How long
it was supposed to be an hour. We lasted 50 minutes.
Oh my!
Wow.
I can only imagine. Let's give out that number again, Coach. You want to give it out?
Yes, please
sure,
do.
I'd be happy to. 855-341-5199. 855-341-5199. And your generosity out there would be a wonderful thing for people that can't get to Mass, that can't go see their priest, that can hear people talking about their faith, and I assume you have masses on radio.
We do. We have Mass every day, as a matter of fact, in Baton Rouge and from the cathedral in New Orleans.
How critical is Catholic radio to our community? It's absolutely essential, and they can't do it alone. They need everyone's help.
Amen. 855-341-5199 or donate online at ccradio.help. And should we talk one more time about that offer on the table?
I definitely think we do, because we only have about it looks like 6 minutes left, Coach, where we have your company, and thank you again for doing this for us. But talk about this game day experience.
Well, the LSU baseball game day itself is an exciting day. We have about 35 home games, of which 15 are conference games. So that only leaves another 21 games. And this year we open up with Indiana University. We have Eastern Kentucky coming in. We have Tulane coming to the ballpark. We have ULL. We have all the in-state schools and so forth. So, it's a great event. Anybody that's been to an LSU baseball game, I think, enjoys it. It's a great event to have fun, to root on your Tigers and so forth. But most everybody has to sit up in the stands.
Yeah.
The perspective that you get from sitting in the stands is one perspective, and it's wonderful. It's very
fantastic.
relaxing.
Really, no
and
matter
so
where
forth.
you sit in that stadium, you're going to have a great time.
But the opportunity to be in the dugout on the field level is something that's unique to a fan. And the game is, when you get down there, you realize how much more difficult the game is to play than when you're sitting up in the stands watching it. Oh, when you're in the stands, just hit one over that outfield fence, it seems so easy.
Sure.
But then when you're down there on the field, you realize how far that outfield fence is, and that pitch is coming in there at 93 miles an hour.
Right.
And it makes it more challenging. So, you get to interact with the players on the team during a tense time in their life. And so there's no
You got to have
there's
some
no
boundaries there,
fakeness.
though.
No, our players know. You know, they behave.
All right.
Once in a while, you know, they slip and say something they probably shouldn't say.
Well,
but
they're college baseball
it's part
players.
of life,
It's gonna,
you know.
yes.
And but to have the experience of actually feeling like you're a member of the team, and you're trying to win this game, and the nervousness that happens. You're trying to hold that 1-run lead in the 9th inning, and you're standing there right next to all these boys. You might be standing next to the starting pitcher that pitched the first 6 innings of the ball game, and now the closer's out there. Fontenot's trying to save the game, and the intensity, the pressure. You're right there with them, and this is all after you've taken a tour, thrown out the first pitch. They stood with the national anthem. They even get to play catch with their favorite player to warm up their arm to go out and throw out the first pitch. And the rest of their family or friends get to enjoy the game too, with great seats right behind home plate. You don't have to park out in, you know, by the Mississippi River. You'll be right there in the champions lot. So it's a once in a lifetime experience for somebody, and I think anyone that purchases it will never regret that they did it.
All right. So the number to call, 855-341-5199. We're starting it at $1,500, and for that experience, it's incredible. That's cheap.
Yes,
that's
that's
cheap.
right.
You're talking a game day. You're talking a great time. So 855-341-5199. We're going to keep this offer going all day long. Let's just see what happens. Coach, I appreciate this. Maybe we can maybe you can certainly help us out. You have been helping us out. The phones have been ringing here at Catholic Community Radio, and you know we have a lot we have to pay for. We got bills to pay, and we were talking about that earlier. You know, we have people praying for us, and that's what got us on the air. And I appreciate those prayers. That means a great deal. But when energy comes, and I tell them I will pray for you, they say we don't care.
Thanks so much.
We
but
actually have
thank
to
you
pay
so
the
much.
bills.
But by the way, we need some money for the bills.
Does feel good.
It does. We're enjoying the air. That's right.
One of the things that I really appreciate about Coach, he helped us with the capital campaign because we needed new towers at WQNO New Orleans.
Which people are listening
Isn't that
on
great?
now all the way to the Pascagoula, Mississippi.
I think I was the honorary chair of that project, if I'm not mistaken.
Yes, you are.
Absolutely.
Yes, you are. And you're the reason folks in Pensacola are listening, Grand Isle are listening.
Yeah,
I mean, you know,
wonderful.
Yeah,
absolutely right.
We appreciate that.
Well, you know, let's pray. Let's help the Catholic radio, and then let's watch the LSU Tigers go out there in the spring and have a very successful season.
Yes.
How's that sound with you all?
That sounds great.
Our studio audience agrees.
His crowd is bigger than that.
Sounds like Omaha. Let's go to Omaha. Let's win it all. 7th national championship.
While I got you in here real quick, and I want to put you on the spot, how's our pitching looking?
Pitching looks good. Yeah,
Okay.
we're gonna have a veteran pitching staff. Unfortunately, many of those guys suffered through some not so serious injuries last year, but just debilitating enough to keep them out. And not. But if we can keep them healthy this year, I think we've got a chance to have a very, very good pitching staff. We're going to be very young with our position players. Talented young men, but they got a lot to learn.
Really,
you know, you got Daniel Cabrera back. We got Saul Garza back.
Okay.
We've got Cade Beloso back. Three guys that have, did a good job last year. But we lost Josh Smith and Zach Watson and Antoine Duplantis and some other guys. And so we've got some holes to fill.
Yeah.
And we've got a lot of work to do, but we're at it already, and I'm feeling good about it.
Fantastic. This is exciting. You give us hope. You give us hope.
Thank you.
Coach Maneri, thank you so much. We're going to keep that dugout experience going. Well, game day experience. I like that because, it's going to take up your whole day.
Yeah.
855-341-5199 is the number to call. 855-341-5199 or go to ccradio.help. Coach Maneri, thank you so much.
It's always a pleasure.
Yes.
Thanks for having me, everybody.
Thank
Go
you.
Tigers.
Go Tigers.
Or in the words of, is it Coach O? Go Tigers. All right, we're going to take a break. We got some numbers for you at the top of the hour. We'll be back. It's Drive Time on Catholic Community Radio.
Women's New Life Center has become Women's New Life Clinic, a name that communicates professional services available for women in unplanned pregnancies. Women's New Life Clinic offers free pregnancy testing, ultrasounds, professional counseling, fertility education, and more, empowering women to make life-affirming choices for themselves and their children. All services support the furthering of a culture of life by providing a place where women are treated with dignity and respect. Support women in need today at womensnewlife.com/donate.
A&M Container Sales and Rentals is proud to support Catholic Community Radio across the Gulf South and encourages other Catholic business owners to do the same.
A&M Container knows that Catholic Community Radio is where you'll get the news from a Catholic perspective, while keeping you up to date on news from the Vatican as well. It's also a great way to stay in touch with the local church community.
A&M Container is your dependable source for on-site storage solutions since 2002.
On the web at andmcontainer.com.
Hi, I'm Gordon Stevens with the Steamboat Natchez. Thank you for listening to Catholic Radio, the Almighty 690. The Steamboat Natchez is the last authentic steamboat on the Mississippi River. The Natchez is celebrating her 41st anniversary this year. SteamboatNatchez.com, 504-586-8777. The Steamboat Natchez recreates part of our American heritage every day. We host many groups, schools, reunions, dinners, private charters, and wedding receptions. 4 of my daughters had their wedding receptions on the Natchez. They were married at St. Louis Cathedral, St. Patrick's, and Holy Name. We have great lunches and dinners prepared daily by our executive chef, Scott Nesbitt. We have live jazz performances on the daytime cruises by the Steamboat Stompers and by the Grammy-nominated Dukes of Dixieland on the dinner cruises. SteamboatNatchez.com, 504-586-8777.
Communitas Primary Care is a direct primary care practice with locations in Baton Rouge and Lutcher. Founded by Dr. Landon Roussel, MD, a Harvard-trained physician, French and Spanish speaker, and 4th degree Knight of Columbus. Members of Communitas even get Dr. Landon Roussel's direct phone number for calls or texts. For more information, 225-283-4457 or visit CommunitasPrimaryCare.com. COMMUNITAS primarycare.com.
Hey y'all, Chef John Foltz inviting you to Restaurant Revolution in the heart of the New Orleans French Quarter. We serve traditional dishes such as Creole turtle soup, redfish Orleans, and shrimp and grits, plus other decadent selections including death by gumbo, seared sea scallops, foie gras, and paneed veal chops. Join us for dinner or for brunch after Sunday Mass. That's Restaurant Revolution, located at the corner of Bourbon and Bienville in the historic French Quarter. It's a heavenly experience.
Drive Time fuels our mission.
WQNO
690 AM.
New Orleans. WPYR AM and LP.
1380 AM and 105.9 FM.
Baton Rouge.
ccradio.help.
Twice a year. 3 days in spring. 3 days in fall.
We interrupt our programming to bring you Drive Time.
It's drive time.
Your financial donations fuel our daily operations, fuel our joy, fuel evangelization, fuel this apostolate. And now, live from the Catholic Community Radio studios,
it's drive time.
Yeehaw! As they would say, here in
yeah. Let me just tell you, I'm loving the music.
You're an old country girl. No,
you know
excuse
it.
Me, you're a country
what
girl.
Gave it away?
Sorry.
What gave it away?
I'm an old country boy.
That's right.
Oh, heavens. Oh, wow. I tell you what, it's so funny. I wish we could capture the dance that happens between cats.
Oh.
Yeah, one day he's going to blackmail us.
And he can do that because he knows how to mash all the buttons.
It'll come back to bite you, don't worry.
Yes.
So why don't we do the round robin, and then I have some numbers to share. You know what the round robin is, Stacey?
Okay. I do indeed.
It's a baseball term.
Well,
I'm kidding, it's not. No, you're okay.
I didn't know that. It could be. I don't know. You could really fool me on that one. But I am Stacey Galino, and I have changed chairs. And so there was all this activity helping me to change cameras and whatnot. Appreciating y'all for that because, you know, I like this seat right here.
Yeah, we
And
changed
David
guests. We switched cameras out.
Yes,
I don't
it's
know
a
how that all
whole
happened.
new game. So we have our president here, David Dawson, the fearless David Dawson, and we have
I'm
Deacon
scared to
Matthew
death. I don't know
Dunn,
what
who I've known a long time, right?
indeed.
Oh, I'm so happy to see you.
Thank you. Good to be here.
We
Now,
didn't
right
even
now,
get-
you're at St. Patrick's Parish in Baton Rouge.
I am right down the
Wow,
road. I'm
that
there
is-
for about another month or so. Then my internship ends, unfortunately. But
Yeah.
Yeah,
You could
that's-
practically walk to our studios.
I could.
Aw.
I could.
Well, you're
Yeah.
invited. So
Now,
anytime.
so we didn't meet at St. Patrick's, though.
We did
met.
not.
We met out in the country, right?
Way out in the country.
Way out in the country.
This appears to be the country part of
That's right. You heard the
Pledge Drive.
banjos.
Yeah, yeah.
Mm-hmm.
You heard the banjos, and that was Jeff playing on the banjo. And he
Yeah,
wants
he's
you
really
to call.
talented.
He's got a tip jar, and he
I
does
do.
need. We do actually need your help. Whatever you want to put in the tip jar. 855-341-5199, or you can donate online at ccradio.help. But
By the way, the
yeah.
bidding has already started. We already
Oh,
have a
yeah.
bidder on the game day experience that Coach Paul Maneri has offered us, and that is 4 goal seats. 2 people get to stay in the dugout. You throw out the first pitch. You're on the jumbotron. You got parking passes, and then you stand out on the field for the national anthem. Other than that, you
Yeah.
don't do much. You know, can you imagine that?
Can you just,
So-
yeah. Can you just imagine for a moment? I imagined myself trying to throw out the first pitch, and I laughed to myself and didn't say it out loud, but I just did now.
Well, he did
I'd
say
rather
and
sing the national anthem.
all the
You could underhand
sunflower
it.
seeds you can eat too. You know.
All the sunflower seeds you can eat. That's right.
Can't argue
It
with
just
that.
keeps on giving. So we have one bid on the table, and
Yeah,
it's
we
going to
do.
go on all day, right?
Well, yeah, we're going to keep this going all day long, but somebody so far is going on this experience.
Yeah.
Okay,
Goes
but
to
it
the
is
highest
going to
bidder.
end. It
Yeah.
is going to end today, so you do need to call 855-341-5199. I see Jeff waving white papers. That
Yeah,
usually
and-
means we got a report.
Absolutely. That means the phone has been ringing.
Yay.
So we want to say thank you to Linda from Covington. Goes to St. Peter, a $30 donation. And let me
you.
read this on the back. This is one of the members of the Bible Club. It says Bible Club, and we meet on Wednesday mornings. I got you. Oh, we think you are a blessing. And that's such a sweet.
What an
and I want to support our local station. Love the programs. Everything sounds upbeat, and that's one of the things we hear all the time. Is you guys sound so joyful. Well, there's a
'Cause
reason
we
for that.
are.
And I'm here to tell you there's a
All
lack
glory
of
to
that on the
God.
air.
Yes.
So, yeah,
Yes.
somebody's got to do it. Somebody's
Every
got to
now,
be happy.
every now and then we get a
Jeez.
little sassy, but it's always with joy, right?
Yeah.
At least me.
Yeah.
A little sassy.
That sassy's okay. That's Catholic too, you know. But Karen from Baton Rouge goes to St. Jean Vianney, a one-time gift of $20, and for that gift of $20, you
She
get
gets
the,
the Catholic
Man book. And
Linda
we-
gets one too, by the way. I mean, because it's
That's
Oh,
right.
that's
20
true.
and up.
That's right, 20 and
$20 or
up.
more, you'll automatically receive. You know, it is the Catholic Man book, but you could call it the Catholic Handbook because
yeah.
That's true.
You
Hand
know,
out to Deacon,
Speaking as woman, I love my husband's, right? It's
Yes.
in my pile of prayer books.
Oh, it's got a treasure trove of
Yes.
information and prayers about
Yeah.
our Catholic faith, and it's something that you just it's not dated. You just keep you're gonna keep using it.
As
Yeah.
we say in the biz, evergreen, right,
Evergreen.
Jeff?
Oh yeah, the
You
gift
taught
that
me
keeps
that.
on giving.
That's right.
Evergreen. That is true. And let's see. I want to read this. Karen says, "Please ask listeners to pray for fallen Christians."
Indeed.
So,
Yes.
there you go, add that
Yes.
to the list. Daniel is from Slidell, goes to St. Margaret Mary, a one-time gift of $20. Daniel says that y'all do a great, tremendous work. Keep it up.
Thank you, Daniel.
And
Thank
indeed
you.
we shall. That deserves a gold star.
It does.
Andrea
It
from
does
Greenville
indeed.
Springs, Louisiana, goes to St. Agnes, a one-time gift of $30. She says, I love CCR. Always listen to it. God bless y'all for what you do in speaking our faith.
Great.
Well, we'll give that a gold star. In fact, why don't we do a double gold star just for Andrea?
There you go.
Awesome.
And that's what
Now-
a gold star sounds like, by
Now,
the way.
now tell me, did she just join the coffee club?
No.
no,
Is that-
this
is
was a
that-
one-time.
That was a
one-
one-time.
right,
I
right,
see.
yes. Right,
Okay,
right.
gotcha. I missed that detail. That's
That's
an
okay, but
important
boy,
detail.
wait till you hear when we talk about the coffee club what they get. But Jeff, keep going.
Yeah, keep going.
Oh, that was the last one. So,
all right.
So now that my hands are empty, that means you have to call and fill out some more forms so we can, come back to you with another report. Also, we don't have any online donations in this stack, but they do come in periodically.
Yeah, I'm
throughout
seeing
the day.
them.
Okay, so we'll pass those along to you. If you don't have time to speak with an operator, and just between us friends here, it's a lot faster if you do it online. Go to ccradio.help.
Nothing against our operators.
No.
If you're shy,
they just love to visit.
Or you just have a second, because it's pretty quick to take care of that online.
Right, absolutely. And you can do that 24/7. ccradio.help. It takes you directly to the I don't know, it's not really a page, but it pops up right there. You don't get diverted anywhere else, and you don't have to sign in and log in, all this stuff. So,
and you don't fill out a big old long tax form. We make it very easy to do.
Yeah, so ccradio.help, or call our operators. They're volunteers, and they're here ready to take your call. 855-341-5199.
And you know what else is easy to do by calling 855-341-5199, and that's joining the coffee club. I want to talk about the coffee club. Can we do that?
No.
No.
I'm kidding.
Come
by
on.
all means, have at it.
Come on.
You asked the question.
Listen, we got a fancy pants sheet here, and I'm ready to read off of it.
That's
okay, this is like so nice. Okay, members donate. So when you join the coffee club, it's $30 a month, right? Which averages out to about $1 a day, right? You're not even going to miss that. So $30 a month. You can do this by credit card. It'll automatically renew, just so you know, in case you can cancel it, of course, at any time, but it will automatically renew every year. For that $30 a month, you will get 2 of these fancy pants.
Fancy pants,
tumblers.
That too, yes. Fancy pants tumblers.
Fancy, manly, or womanly tumblers, right? That have our logo on it, Catholic Community Radio, and it says on the back, official stainless steel dosage tumbler for liquid defibrillation, coined by our one and only Father Chris Decker.
When he came up with that, we're like, we have to have that in print, right?
Yeah.
I mean, you know.
Of course.
So you get 2 of those that keep your coffee or your tea very, very hot. Or you can do an iced coffee, your choice. But you also get, because this is a special time, we've got these. It's $30 a month, right? So you're going to aren't the folks going to receive a Catholic Man book too?
So look at the deal. We were talking about $20 and up, but if somebody says, okay, I want to give $30 a month, $1 a day, then you get the 2 stainless steel tumblers. You get a 12-ounce package. I'm getting this out of River Roads coffee, or their K-cups. You get 12 of those, and then we're going to throw in the Catholic Man.
There
book
you go.
too.
So you can have your coffee or tea while you are praying.
Absolutely.
Okay, so back to our guest, right?
Oh, we have a guest?
We do.
I'm
He's
kidding.
sitting right here.
He's quiet over here in the corner.
Yeah, is this your first time on radio?
It
Deacon
is.
Matthew Dunn.
First time on it.
First of all, I love saying Deacon Matthew Dunn.
I'm still getting used to it.
You were quite a young man when I met you. You're still a young man, but you're now much more grown than when I met you in French Settlement at St. Joseph Catholic Church with our beloved Father Jason Palermo. Buongiorno.
Shout out
Father
to him.
Jason Palermo.
Hey, yes.
We love you and all that you are, the gift that you are. But I'm curious about. Yes. Tell us a little bit about your journey into the diaconate, which is transitional, right? Because you're headed towards priesthood. Yeah.
So a little bit about that journey. It's been 7 years coming. So I did start seminary in August of 2012, which is actually, I think, when we met in French Settlement all those years ago.
All those years ago.
And I was ordained a deacon in June of this past year. And then, God willing, I will be ordained a priest on May 23rd, 2020.
Man,
which is 253 days, I want to say.
Nobody's
who's counting? Who's counting?
I love it.
We're ready for it.
Oh, that's so exciting! Now it's yourself and one. How many other priests will be ordained with you?
One other one. That's my classmate Deacon Danny Rousseau, who's doing his internship right down the road at St. John Vianney.
Awesome. So y'all are not far from one another here in Baton Rouge.
Right down the road.
How's your time been at St. Patrick's here in Baton Rouge?
Incredible.
Yeah.
It is going to be very difficult to leave next month to go back to the seminary, to leave the ministry, the parish. The people are great.
Oh, we're so happy to have you here with us on Catholic Community
Radio.
Radio.
We'll talk about St. Patrick's because I know that parish. My family's been there for years.
That's true, indeed.
Yes, indeed.
Indeed. So we do need to give that number out here for our Catholic Community Radio drive time. Deacon Matthew, why don't you do that for us?
Absolutely. You can call in at 855-341-5199.
or you can go online at ccradio.help. And boy, we sure would love your help.
St. Patricians, give us a call.
Oh, yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
St. Mary's Books and Gifts, the little bookstore with a big heart and a thirsting desire to spread the good news. 225-272-4030. Laura Manderfeld Krantz Gifts St. Mary's Books and Gifts is a longtime supporter of Catholic Community Radio. St. Mary's Books and Gifts, located on the corner of Florida and Sherwood Forest Boulevard. 225-272-4030. St. Mary's Books and Gifts.
Traditional paint is 70% water. You're renting paint. There's no stability with paint.
That's Kevin Memahat, owner of Mid-South Coatings. Kevin, tell us about the product you put on your customers' homes.
Our manufacturer opened the doors in 1961. They're the founding father of wall coatings. They're on their third generation.
Using Mid-South Coatings, what will someone's home look like 30, 40 years from now?
If you take care of the exterior of the house, it's guaranteed to last a lifetime. It's going to look like it did today after we got finished applying the coatings.
What's the biggest concern your homeowners have?
The customer's biggest concern is, can they afford my products and services? My homeowners all come back to me and say that it was a lot more affordable than they ever thought it would be.
Mid-South Coatings for a free estimate. 504-407-2222. 407-2222. That's 407-2222. MidSouthCoatings.com.
Hi, this is Barbara Chafisi of Deanie's Seafood Restaurants. Every day, Deanie serves up some of the best tasting wild-caught seafood in New Orleans at our convenient locations in Bucktown, the French Quarter, and Uptown at our new seafood kitchen on Magazine Street. And we're just as proud to support Catholic Community Radio and the great family programming on WQNO. Thanks for listening. Peace be with you.
This message is in honor of the seminarians in formation for the Archdiocese of New Orleans. Thank you for being open to the call of the Holy Spirit.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Your financial tax-deductible gifts keeps us growing.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
How groovy is the music? I mean, really.
Groovy.
Jeff,
I haven't heard
you
that
are
since
mashing
the 60s.
extra
Oh,
buttons. Da-da, that's it.
You're the only one that's complimented it. Mark Chafisi
Come
just made fun
on.
of everything that played yesterday.
Oh, no, sir. Mark Chafisi.
I told him to go get his cowbell retuned.
Yeah.
I have enjoyed the music, I have to say.
Thank you, Stacy.
You are so welcome. Jeff Blackwell.
Yes, and I am the president of her fan club, just so you know.
Oh, you're so funny. You are so funny. Well, you're hearing the golden tones of Jeff Blackwell, and I'm sitting here at our Catholic Community Radio Drive Time with none other than our president, Dave Dawson. And we were at, woohoo!
I got applause. That never happens.
That's when you crack that baseball underneath the, overneath. Is that a word?
Overneath.
No.
It's a baseball term, yes.
Okay, I'm moving on from the baseball.
Yeah.
That was
No, we can't because you got to talk about that
We
in a
got
second.
to talk about that in a
Yeah,
second, but
yeah.
can I introduce our other guest?
Absolutely.
Okay, our guest today, we have with us Deacon Matthew Dunn, and he was just telling us about his time at St. Patrick's and his road to priesthood and so forth. And I do know that you brought a giveaway with you, so let's first go there. Can we do that?
Oh, boy.
So the first one, it's a two-part giveaway.
2 parts.
I am a huge fan of the Sacred Heart, naturally. Do everything I can to spread that devotion. So what I brought is the Sacred Heart of Jesus prayer book, which is
Wow.
one of my favorite prayer books that I
hold it up. Yeah, just hold it up. There you go. There you go. It's getting picked
Show
up
it to everybody.
on that camera right there.
Okay.
There we go. Yep.
Especially for
So I
people
use this
watching
prayer
on the
book.
radio. I just wanted to.
People are watching on the radio.
You're watching on the radio.
He's holding up the book to a
Yes,
camera.
yeah, look to the center
That's
of your
right.
dial. That's right there. Yeah.
Nice red gold lettering, very
it
beautiful,
is.
very pretty.
Thank you,
yes,
Deacon.
ooh,
Yes.
gilded pages.
Oh, that's right.
But this this is a very beautiful prayer book that I actually use every day myself. There's litanies to the Sacred Heart, novenas, act of consecration, prayers for a holy hour in the presence of the Blessed Sacrament. So I really love this prayer book, and I want to share that with somebody else.
Yes.
To foster that devotion to the Sacred Heart. And then on a more playful note, I am a fan of Crazy Socks,
which is cool socks.
Oh
yes,
yeah,
yes.
it's becoming more and more known. That's kind of
That's
what
your-
I'm
that's your
known for at
reputation,
the
huh?
seminary. That's my reputation.
All right.
Yeah.
So, being here from St. Patrick Parish today, I brought these lovely pair of.
The lovely pair. Did you hear the lilt? I heard the lilt
Yes,
coming.
They are.
Some St.
They're quite
Patrick
lovely.
socks.
Yes.
So.
Hey, now look at that. He's got St. Patrick. St.
St.
Patrick
Patrick
himself
himself
is
is in the snake's
himself
house.
is on
Slaying
the
the
socks,
snakes, yeah.
as well as
Slaying
shamrocks. And oh yeah, he's moving them snakes on out.
And
Yep.
also to the lucky person who gets these socks, Bishop Duca also has a matching pair, so you can have a pair just like I do,
Come
just like every
on.
seminarian
Bishop.
does, and just like Bishop Duca.
So what do people have to do after they call 855-341-5199 to receive this beautiful Sacred Heart of Jesus prayer book and those really crazy St. Patrick socks?
So you can call in and make a donation. I'm not sure what the
Oh, what amount shall we
What
say?
amount
Those are
was
some
it?
pretty spiffy socks,
Yeah,
and we
those
can't.
are
The
really-
prayer book is priceless.
Okay.
It is.
Okay. So the prayer book. Let's go $50.
Okay.
Okay. The first person to call with $50 is going to get this prayer book.
Yes.
And then, of course, me being Irish, the first person who calls with $10,000 will get this pair of socks.
And you are excluded from the bidding.
I know.
Okay.
Yeah. No, I'm kidding. I'm kidding. Let's go $25
Okay.
for the socks. Now, be sure and tell the operator, I want the socks. Okay.
Yes.
Or I want the prayer book. Be sure and tell that to the operator. Or if you go to ccradio.help at the bottom where the notes are, put socks. SOX or put prayer book.
And we promise not to let
PRA.
David wrestle
Right.
you for those, okay?
Yes.
855-341.
I do want those socks.
5199. They do kind of go with your,
I'll
your
have to get
outfit
you a
and stuff.
pair.
They go with my soul.
There you
Yes.
indeed.
Come on,
okay.
I'm Irish.
Yes.
So, yes.
Yes.
So.
Okay, the Milafalce, right? That's sort of with an Italian accent there, but
Yeah,
that
Gaelic
means
Italian?
1,000 welcomes, me darling, right?
I have never heard a
well,
Gaelic Italian
rare.
mix. It's
You,
just
you
like-
know.
That was dangerous.
Hey, somebody is speaking out to you here on our community on Facebook, Deacon Matthew or Deacon Matt. This is Wendy Melanson. Oh, how I love our Deacon Matt.
Hey.
He is such an inspiration.
She's still going brogue.
Yeah,
You
I know.
hear that?
I'm kind of, kind of riding
Not
it
rogue. She's
a little
going
bit.
brogue.
Well, good. Thank you for the shout out, Wendy. Good to see you.
Oh, awesome. Okay. So
That's great.
you were telling us a little bit about your time at St. Patrick's.
Mm-hmm.
You're about to leave there, and it's kind of pulling at your heartstrings. And you know, it isn't that the beautiful thing about our heart, that God divides our love like the loaves and fishes. You know, it's shared, right? And so you're going to leave this beautiful community behind at St. Patrick's that you've grown to love. I bet you've learned a whole lot too.
More than I can put into words.
There
really.
you go. There you go. So maybe give us one thing and then take us back to where you're going to go from there.
One thing, first and foremost, I think there is such a need in the church, such a thirst to encounter God with every person, no matter the age, the background, it doesn't matter. There's such a need and a thirst for somebody to encounter the living God, and they come to the church to receive that. I mean, we can talk about that all we want and we can say it and it makes sense, but until you actually get there and you get involved in the ministry and really immerse yourself in it, you don't really realize how real it is. So being at St. Patrick has really taught me that and given me the opportunity to really get into that ministry, because there's so much going on at St. Patrick. We publish every year a full-page book. I mean, it's
Wow.
30 or so pages of all these ministries going on to meet all these needs in the community to quench that thirst.
Yes.
Yes, indeed. David can speak to that because
I can.
it's your parish, right?
I can. Lisa and I did a lot for St. Patrick's, and there's a lot of the parish is alive. You know, the parish is very much alive. A lot of people are involved, so it's a blessing to see that. You know,
Absolutely. What was so blessing, such a blessing and a gift. Well, I'm wondering where you're going from there.
So from there, I go back to the seminary, Notre Dame Seminary in New Orleans.
This will you right back in.
Yeah,
right back in. And
just when you thought, oh, wait a minute, my hard drive is full. No.
Get a little taste of the real world.
That's right. You best make some room.
I like it out here. Nope, come back.
Yep. But it's not forever. So that's a good thing. I'm only there for, I think, 6 weeks or so. We have a little mini-mester, we call it, until December.
Okay.
While everybody else is at the seminary now going through classes, having the full fall semester, the deacons stay in our internship until October. Then we go back and finish a little mini-mester.
Mini-mester, I like that.
That's a term that we've coined just because we're not that creative. It's a mini-semester. And then we go back in the spring, of course, have the full spring semester. Then we'll graduate in May. And then, God willing, our class will be ordained priests next summer.
Wow.
Next summer.
Oh, my goodness.
And that is going to fly by really fast.
I'm sure it will. I don't know how I feel about that because I am going to miss the seminary. I'm going to miss the community, miss the city.
Yeah.
Look, being from French Settlement, you know how it is out there. We don't have a red light or anything like that. So being in the middle of New Orleans was kind of a culture shock.
Talk about
But there's so much to do and see in the city.
True.
I'm really going to miss it. So I'm trying this year to really... Yes, absolutely.
Yeah, I'm sure you've made lots of friends.
It's the Catholicity of New Orleans.
The culture and everything.
It is the culture of New Orleans. It's just, you know.
Miranda Dunn, perhaps she might be related to you. Miranda, keep it up, Matthew. Always making us proud, little heart right there. Thank you, Miranda. Boom.
Love you, Rue. That's my little sister.
Hey, really?
Thank you for listening, Miranda.
Wow.
We love you, big brother. I know I do. Okay, so we have a lot in common. We love Gregorian chant. We love the Mass. We love the Sacred Heart. And we love sewing vestments and sewing liturgical things, ecclesiastical sewing.
Wait, you guys sew?
Surprise.
Did you do those socks?
I
He
actually
knitted them up for you this morning.
Just this morning for you.
I am impressed.
He's a man of many talents,
And
right?
Anyway, no. Go ahead.
sound
Talk about
effects.
Chelsea.
Okay.
I'm just going to observe here.
So all I know is when I told Father Jason Palermo some time ago now that I love doing this kind of sewing, and we've talked about this. He does that face and he says, "You need to talk to Matthew." And so I'm like, I can't wait. And who knew that you were going to be here today? So I want to just tell us a little bit about your interest and your desire. And I know it's rooted in beauty, right? Because God is beauty, right?
It is. So this hobby of mine, which I love making vestments, started not, your typical hobby, the way it would start. It actually started my first year in the seminary. We celebrated Tet, which is the Vietnamese New Year. And what we did was import all of these costumes and the big lion head, like you see on TV, the dances and everything.
Somehow I didn't see the story going there, but okay. Keep going.
Oh yeah, it's a roller coaster of a ride. So buckle up. So we did that. All of these costumes and all came straight from Vietnam, so that we had a team of seminarians that were going to do the lion dance for the Vietnamese New Year, the celebration and all. But the thing was that these costumes were made authentically in Vietnam for small Vietnamese children and not grown American adult men.
Okay.
So the seams started to tear and things would fall off here and there. But they knew Matthew Dunn down the hall has a needle and thread that I could sew a button.
And he's not afraid to use it.
Oh, no.
Right?
Not at all.
You know how to work a camera, too. I hope y'all are watching, some of y'all who are not driving and listening to us on the radio, just audio only. You should see these facial expressions Deacon Matthew is making here with us today as he shares with us his
we are surrounded by
talents.
cameras. Yes.
We are indeed.
These cameras, by the way, were donated.
That's right. We lost one this morning.
Yep. Well, there we go. So we have to replace it, and it won't be donated. So that's why
How do people help us?
Well, they can call 855-341-5199. I'm going to say it again. 855-341-5199, or go to ccradio.com. CCradio.help. When we come back, we're going to talk about these cool offers that we have here for socks and for this fantastic Sacred Heart prayer book. Yes. All right, call us 855-341-5199. CCradio.help.
What can I do about all these mosquitoes biting me in my backyard? First off, do not use citronella candles or tiki torches. Those things do not work. Mosquito repellent is a start, but everyone forgets to put it on, especially when it's their own place. Now let's talk about mosquitoes. They are everywhere, but they are out in full force at dawn and dusk. Most people don't know they eat mostly plant nectar. It is the female mosquito which draws blood to increase the number of eggs they will lay. Regular mosquito bites are bad enough. Then there are a large number of diseases they spread each year. If you like to stay outdoors, a mosquito system may be the best permanent solution for dealing with those little bloodsuckers. Mosquito systems mist for a couple of seconds at dusk and dawn and takes care of 98% of mosquitoes with only that. Bug Ninja Pest Control is 225-414-2020.
Lord Wellington Investments is owned by Greg Kennedy, CPA, a longtime friend and supporter of Catholic Community Radio. Lord Wellington Investments serves all of your investment, financial, and tax needs in South Louisiana. From 401k rollovers to financial and tax planning, it's Lord Wellington Investments. Greg Kennedy says, invite others to join you in listening to Catholic Community Radio. Lord Wellington Investments, 225-292-5118.
Hi, I'm Bo Brock. I've been an attorney for the last 27 years. Most of that time has been as a prosecutor, the last 8 as a criminal defense attorney. I've been a member of the St. Thomas More Parish for the last 26 years. Come out and meet our new dynamic pastor, Father Michael Lello. The book tells us Jesus healed lepers. Leprosy was considered by the community to be a curse from God, and that person was a grave sinner. By helping the leper, Jesus was defying Jewish law. This act of kindness, aiding a person everyone considered evil, may be Jesus' greatest act of public mercy before the cross. Jesus' example is why I am able to joyfully extend my hand to those who have failed, who have sinned, who everyone else believes has committed a wrong. Lawyers don't believe we simply put Band-Aids on moral lepers in criminal court. Lawyers are called to solve problems, cleanse addicts from their affliction, and make our community whole again. Today, display that same mercy to others, for blessed are they who show mercy, mercy shall be theirs. This message is underwritten by Brock Law, and I hope your day will be a blessed one.
Riverland Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of LaPlace is a proud underwriter of Catholic Community Radio. Riverland is family owned and always goes the extra mile to make folks in LaPlace, St. John, and St. James parishes and all over the Archdiocese feel like family. Always in budget, Brian Larsh and the family at Riverland Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram in LaPlace would love seeing you. Riverland Chrysler Dodge Jeep and Ram of LaPlace is a proud underwriter of Catholic Community Radio.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Your financial pledge helps us maintain and improve our equipment.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
CCradio.help.
Use your blinker next time.
Not in Baton Rouge. We don't do that. We just merge. Get out the way.
Who needs a blinker?
Excuse me.
Karen Cotton came running back in here, and it's just like, whoo. We're getting our exercise today, huh?
Yeah, you guys have been working out today, switching cameras around and climbing all over the place.
Yeah.
It's been amazing.
we're making it work, and that's
Yeah.
what counts.
Yes.
Yes,
Karen needs
indeed.
a raise, by the way. That's going to be another jewel in your crown, Karen.
Yes,
Thank
indeed.
you. Thank you, Stacy. I love you.
She agrees.
Oh, I love you.
855. Now, you stop. Let's give that phone number out.
Gold
Stop with
star.
this. Okay.
Do it for us, Deacon Matthew.
Call us in at 855-341-5199, or you can also go online, I believe, at ccradio.help to
Very
donate.
quick and easy to
That
do.
is-
And by the way, you had some offers. I know
had,
one of them's
yes.
gone.
One of them is gone. The
Sacred
prayer
Heart
book
prayer book is gone, right?
Yes.
is gone, yes.
What about the socks? You still got them here.
I do still have the socks. I know you've been eyeing them. So
I have. I'm
stay on
staring
your side
at
of the
those.
table, please.
My gosh, do I want those socks? Wait a minute. What size are they? Or does it matter?
They are one size
fits all.
One size fits all, but they're
One
not going to
size
fit you,
yes.
David.
They wouldn't
They're
fit. I know.
tranquilo. They're
because
not going to fit you.
I know because I work
Yeah,
here.
Unless you
somebody-
donate,
I
you
know.
have to donate, and then you can have them.
Right, I'll just spend it.
Just to tease you, though, I do have to say they are very comfortable.
Are they really? You already know
Wear
this?
them around the
Wait. The ones we're giving away have not been worn.
They have not been worn.
right,
They
okay.
still
This
have
is
the nice
important
little
information.
tag on it.
Yeah. They look pretty new to me.
And
Yes.
I love that Saint Patrick is slaying the snake.
Okay, we got
That's
we
right.
got St. Patrick standing on a snake, and you got shamrocks underneath where your feet go. That is really cool.
Yes.
Yeah.
Let me tell you, St. Patrick you don't mess with St. Patrick.
No.
No,
He
indeed.
Christianized Ireland.
Yeah, he's
Right?
quite the story behind him.
He really and
But
truly,
the socks
truly
are
does.
so cool.
They
Yes,
really are. So they're $25 for the first person to
25,
call
first
and to
person.
donate 25 or more.
Or more.
Oh
Right?
yeah,
I mean,
2,500.
please.
We're not gonna limit.
And say I want those
2501
socks
or more. That's
Yes.
exactly right. Just
Right.
designate that you want those socks.
Okay.
Okay.
Now
so,
let's also, if you don't mind, one more time. Let's
Yeah.
talk about that game day experience that
Yes.
Coach Paul Maneri offered to us. You want me to do it? Or you
I
got it?
would really like for you to do
Okay,
it because you can
yeah.
just.
Well,
yeah.
it's about baseball.
Take it away.
Stacey. Okay, and it is the game day experience. you get
Oh.
4 gold seats and gold seats in Alex Box Stadium. Let me tell you, that's not cheap, and they are fantastic seats. And these are Coach Paul Maneri's
Yeah,
4
they're
gold
his
seats.
personal seats.
Then 2 people get to stay in the dugout throughout the whole game. I mean, that is
Wow.
fantastic. Then you get to throw out the first pitch. Somebody gets to throw out the first pitch. That means you're going to be up on that Jumbotron. How exciting is that? And then there's parking. You get a parking pass. Then you stand out on first baseline during the national anthem. This is quite the
That
experience.
is.
Quite the
Okay?
experience.
So we started it at 1,500. We already have one bidder that has called in. And right now, 1,500 for all of this. That is
That's
nothing.
pretty awesome.
Plus, keep in mind, it is a tax write-off.
Oh.
Tax deductible, and you have the time of your life. You're supporting Catholic Community Radio. You're evangelizing the Catholic faith. And then you're having a blast at Alex Box Stadium during the baseball
Right, just
season.
that whole perspective that Coach
Yes.
Maneri was talking about is, I mean, it kind of intrigued me. Like I said, I don't know much about baseball, but I would really enjoy.
Stacey, if you went to one of those games, I promise you, if you didn't know a thing about baseball, you would have the time
would
of
have-
your life.
because It's I'm a a people win-win.
It
person.
is. It's
It's
just
a win-win.
It's very relaxing. You're visiting people around you.
Hey, maybe
Suddenly something happens out on the field.
That- exactly.
and it's just it's fantastic.
Well, maybe Glenn Galino will call and donate. We'll see what happens.
Hey, Glenn, come on.
Start the bidding.
Stacey could throw out the first pitch.
Yeah, I'd rather sing the national anthem. Thank you
Hey.
very much. That's right. Yeah,
Ooh.
I'd much rather. I do love singing the national anthem. Just saying, not when I'm sick. Thank you very much. Which is what's happening
your
today.
voice would echo
oh,
over.
say. Okay, that's all I can do right now because I'm trying to get over the
Jesus.
crud. Okay.
Jesus. If you want to hear more, 855-341-5199 to be the next bidder for the
Yes.
for the game day experience, baseball game day experience. We're taking bids. We started at 1,500, 855-341-5199, and Stacey will sing the national anthem. I'll get you some tea.
Okay. Wait, I don't
No
remember agreeing
pressure.
to that. None whatsoever.
I know you didn't,
okay.
but this is how I get you
Moving on
involved.
From
I always get her
David
involved
Dawson
with Catholic radio this way. I
I
just say you're doing it.
know.
Yes.
He's crafty that way, that man.
Oh, here comes the brogue.
Okay.
Yes, indeed.
Okay. Okay. So, Deacon Matthew, you were telling us this exquisite story about needle and thread and something about Vietnamese costumes and the Tet
Yes.
And the seminary and the clothing not being the right size, and somehow, a needle and thread, and your name came up, and I'm just envisioning you just like a tailor fixing these costumes, sewing them onto the seminarians so they don't tear. I don't know.
Wow.
I don't know what happened.
That would hurt.
I don't know.
Violent.
Yeah.
Violent. Not intended to be violent, but anyway, take us there. Take us further.
So to get ready for the Vietnamese New Year, all these costumes started to tear, and they knew that this guy down the hall, me, had a needle and thread because I could sew on a button or a little tear here or there. And they said, well, take it to Matt Dunn. He'll be able to fix everything. Well, after I sewed all 12 pairs of pants, like 3 or 4 times each by hand.
Gosh.
Imagine the dedication.
I thought I was impressed with you before, but now I'm really impressed with you.
I'm a man of many surprises. What can I say?
Can't wait to hear more.
But that evolved basically into them continuing to tear, and then the night before Ted actually happened, there was a dress rehearsal, and they continued to be destroyed. So I said, I don't have time for this. I went to Walmart, got the cheapest sewing machine that I could get, taught myself in about 15 minutes how to work the machine that night, and then fixed them all, added fabric, and then, there's a random guy at the seminary who has a sewing machine and can use it. So that opened the possibilities to fixing whatever seminarians had. Some of the monks actually had some of the vestments that a piece would tear here or there, and that's what started it.
That's exciting. And I got to tell you, I'm getting this vision of you. I can totally, because I've seen you a number of times now, many, many times at Mass, but especially at Easter Vigil, which is my favorite liturgy of the year, whipping around. Let me tell you, you can run while you're walking, okay? So I can see you heading over there, getting your sewing machine and just passionately sewing these costumes. I can totally see it. But I love that it's so interesting how it led you to the sewing and the love of sewing vestments. I'm wondering if you are going to sew your own vestments.
I am. So actually,
come on.
Yes, within the past couple of weeks, I started to order different fabrics from different companies because I'm starting to put together ideas so that I can make a whole vestment set for my first Mass in May.
I can't
wait
to see.
Which is very exciting.
I want to come while you're making them because I love sewing vestments.
Come
too.
on
I'm
by.
making a real special one too.
Yes.
So we have to visit about that.
Absolutely.
But you have an offer on the table. You've got one item left.
I do.
It's these really fantastic. I'm kind of tempted by them too as well because I'm from the Klein McDaniel.
Yes, indeed.
But these green St. Patrick's socks. Tell us more about those and what the offer is.
So they're not just St. Patrick's socks, but they are actually from Sock Religious, which is a wonderful Catholic
Sock
company.
Religious?
Yes.
You missed
Down
that.
there at the top.
I
You missed
did.
those details.
So if you think these are cool, go to their website, and they have Blessed Mother socks. They have St. Joseph, St. Michael, anybody you can imagine, St. Therese. Her feast day is coming up.
Uh-huh.
So all of these wonderful socks
Therese
with
socks.
saints on them. But I have here St. Patrick. Of course, he's standing there in his vestments. Of course, my favorite, driving out the snakes because I don't like snakes. But anyway, I have these offered to the first person who calls in to donate $25 or more. And it comes with a nifty little St. Patrick prayer card with one of my favorite prayers, St. Patrick's breastplate.
Oh, yes.
And then on the back side, of course, a prayer for our nation, which is the St. Michael prayer.
Beautiful.
So that'll also be offered with these socks.
That is fantastic.
yeah.
The St. Patrick breastplate, by the way, that is the Christ before me, Christ.
Yes.
And it's much
surrounds-
longer, even. That's the shorter
It
version
is.
that we know, but
There's a
let me
much
tell you-
more intense
That, I believe, is
version,
the
too.
abbreviated
Oh,
one, huh?
yes.
Yes.
Very.
And then you've got the St. Michael the Archangel prayer on the back.
Yes.
That is fantastic because that prayer means a great deal to
It does.
me and a lot of folks. We were saying it yesterday because it was
Yes.
September 11th.
Amen. Amen. And if you are into, if you're baptized, then you're in the group that has to be in the midst of spiritual warfare. And let me tell you, St. Patrick is a fabulous spiritual warrior. And that
he can
St.
handle it.
Patrick's
Indeed.
breastplate prayer is something to behold and something
is strong,
to
it
pray.
is intense.
Indeed. Well, you've got lots. So speaking of intense, I'm just impressed with all the people your friends are communicating here on our Facebook live stream where they are looking at your countenance and listening to your voice. So a couple of people want to. Brent Torres would like you to know he is watching. I don't know if that's a good thing.
That is a good thing. Welcome,
Yes.
Brent. Good to have you.
Maybe we'll have a little donation from Brent. And then we have Catherine LaFranca Rayo, who says, Deacon Matthew, your love, passion, faith, and wisdom for the Catholic Church is on fire.
Wow.
You are
Did she say
divinely,
that?
she's got a little exclamation point. That's
Yeah,
what that means to me.
okay, all right.
It's a nice little note. You are divinely inspired. Please continue your Wednesday evening talks at St. Patrick's.
Ooh.
Oh,
tell us about that.
invitation, yeah.
So what I did last night and then last week, so it was a two-part, I guess, series, you could say, in the evening at St. Patrick. I did a teaching on the Mass.
Okay.
My first homily at St. Patrick was for the Feast of Corpus Christi, so I talked about the importance of bringing your intentions to Mass and then having those offered with the gifts offered and transformed into the body and blood of Jesus Christ. And then some people came up and said, we've never thought of it that way. What else is there to Mass that we can talk about?
Oh, wow.
And
yep,
I'll
I know.
get back
There's
into
the
that
music.
just a little bit. There's
We-
the music.
Yeah, we can get right back into that because now I want to hear more.
All right, well, give us that number, Deacon Matthew.
Call us in at 855-341-5199, or of course you can go online at ccradio.help.
Capstone Insurance says thanks to our valued customers and friends and is proud to support Catholic Community Radio. Capstone Insurance is a Louisiana-based independent property and casualty agency. Capstone helps individuals and businesses obtain tailored, comprehensive insurance policies to fit their needs. The family at Capstone Insurance is a great advocate for our clients. On the web at capstoneinsure.com. That's capstoneinsure.com.
For more than 150 years, St. Vincent de Paul has served the capital city, caring for the poor, feeding the hungry, and housing moms and children. St. Vincent de Paul accepts donations of cars, trucks, and SUVs, motorhomes and campers, even motorcycles and boats. Proceeds benefit the poor and homeless, served by the Bishop Ott Shelter, the St. Vincent de Paul Dining Room, Pharmacy, and Miriam's House. St. Vincent de Paul, 225-383-7837.
Would you like to deepen your prayer life and grow in your relationship with Jesus? If so, Lord Teach Me to Pray is for you.
Lord Teach Me to Pray is a prayer series based on the spiritual exercises of St. Ignatius of Loyola.
Groups are forming now. Go to LordTeachMeToPray.com and click on Schedules to select a group and register. Don't pass up this opportunity to come and truly know and love Jesus through Ignatian prayer.
Go to LordTeachMeToPray.com today.
Look around you everywhere. Look around, my friend. You can see Jesus along your way.
This is John Blanchard with the Rock and Bowl and Yale College Inn, right across the street from Notre Dame Seminary on South Carrollton Avenue. We feel blessed to be in such close proximity to God's great work. Chef Baker Guevara and our culinary kitchen crew are putting together great creations that continue to delight New Orleanians and their families. Rock and Bowl and Yule College Inn is New Orleans. Please think of us for your next family get-together. Shrimp remoulade and fried green tomatoes, oysters blue, fresh vegetables from our gardens next door. This is where great food meets great New Orleans people and has been serving New Orleans families for generations. Come and join us.
Yes, I felt the love of Jesus, Christ our King.
Raise your expectations. Live a life without limits. Push the envelope of driving pleasure. It happens every day at Brian Harris Porsche and Brian Harris Audi. All day, every day. Always a great selection of Audi luxury automobiles. Or you can move up to the pinnacle of sports performance in a Brian Harris Porsche. Amazing inventory. Superior sales professionals. The highest automotive quality. Brian Harris Porsche and Brian Harris Audi on airline and online at BrianHarrisAutoGroup.com.
It's
Drive Time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Now is the time to join the Coffee Club with our double tumbler offer.
It's Drive Time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
It is Groovalicious Thursday here.
That's right.
Catholic Community Radio as Drive Time. That's the horn. But we are so delighted you're with us. This is our final day of 3 of 3, where we come to you asking for your help, not only to maintain things, keep the lights on, towers painted, the electricity plugged in, the water running. What?
Cameras bought.
You want me to make a list?
We don't have a camera on you,
Wow.
which is unfortunate for our Facebook followers.
I could certainly make the list of expenses if you'd like, but you would not like.
No,
So,
I'm sure we would.
but we are at the bottom of the ninth.
Yeah, just about.
And the bases aren't loaded. That's why we need you to call.
It's about baseball, by the way, Stacy.
Yes, thank you, everyone,
yes.
for educating me on
Just
that's a
reminding you.
baseball. Thank you,
And
thank
the
you,
reason,
thank you.
the reason we're talking about baseball is we
Why, David,
we
why?
got all kind of offers this morning. This is really cool, but you need to call us at 855-341-5199. That's 855-341-5199, or go to ccradio.help. And here is why. Because we are having the game day experience that Coach Paul Maneri has offered us, and that includes 4 gold seats. Those are Coach
His
Paul
personal-
Maneri's gold seats.
I heard that, his personal seats.
You get to stay in the dugout for the whole game. 2 people get to stay in the dugout for the whole game. You get to throw out the first pitch. By the way, you get a parking pass. What that right there is worth, thousands. Okay, because when you park whenever you park to go to the baseball game, you walk.
Yes.
Yeah, you walk.
You are hoofing it.
You get to stand on the sidelines. I mean, on the first baseline for the national anthem. It just, you can't beat that. So the bidding has already begun, and we started at $1,500, and we are underway. So if you call us at 855-341-5199, you also get a tour of the facilities, a personal tour of the facilities with Coach Paul Maneri, and you get to see his office. I mean, this is like your day at an LSU baseball game. Okay, so we've just begun at $1,500. And we invite you to call 855-341-5199. But wait, there's more. We are also offering these cool socks over here.
Yes.
Cool to say the least. Ooh and ah, yes. These wonderful, unique St. Patrick socks. Of course, him driving out the snakes from Ireland, which is one of my favorite stories, to the first person who calls in to donate $25 or more.
There you go.
Okay.
And whose voice is that?
Well, that would be none other than Deacon Matthew. And all of our listeners who are listening on Facebook Live know this because the comments keep coming, Deacon Matthew.
Oh, yeah?
Yes.
Are they my fans?
They're good. Oh,
Okay.
yes. You're in all humility, your fans. So Roberta Melanson says, how I love Deacon Matt and his entire family. 2 hearts. You got 2 hearts from there.
2.
Hey, and Jeff got a shout out too, by the way.
Did you?
Jeff got a shout out from our beloved Matt LaFont. I know Matt.
Yes.
Hey, good morning,
Hey,
Matt.
Yes.
Says, Jeff, your drive time intro is top notch.
Wow.
That's
Huh?
right.
Yes.
Prayer, I know.
I think that deserves a gold star, though.
Yes, woohoo,
All right.
Jeffy.
Yeah, hit the gold
There
star
it is.
button.
That's
There
right.
it
Thank you,
is.
Deacon. I appreciate that. Oh, my.
Receiving it. That's right.
Well, thank you, Matt. That means a lot. It really does.
Absolutely.
In fact,
you need a good
cry.
Get the tissues.
Yeah, we don't have a camera on Jeff. You're
I know.
You're missing
You're
it.
missing-
Yeah.
you're missing-
He's really tearing up in there.
Yes, he really needs a camera because then he starts to misbehave just a little bit. But it's all, and I have to see. No, it's all good. He's
Well,
dancing back there.
we were talking to Deacon Matthew.
We were.
Yes, and actually I was telling him I was asking him on the break, you're about to go back to school.
Yep.
I am.
And after you've been allowed to run free and have a great time, it's like nope, you're coming back to school. What happens?
Playtime is
is
over.
it cram time, or they just kind of coast, or what happens here?
Believe it or not, as weird as it might sound, I think it's a little bit of both.
Okay.
So when we go back for this little mini semester, like I talked about for the remaining piece of the fall semester, our classes are kind of condensed, I guess, because we are in a way playing catch up because most of the seminarians are there right now going to class. So we aren't there for 3 months out of the semester, so we kind of cram those together.
Okay.
Now in the spring semester, it is a little bit more spread out, but it's really a lot of our practicum classes. How do we say Mass, hear confessions, do the anointings, do all these different things that we need for priestly ministry, just like we did the same this past spring for diaconate ministry.
Okay.
So
this is where you're going to learn homilies and such.
This is it. So we actually, homiletics are already done. We had 2
they are.
semesters of how to give homilies, and everybody kind of develops their own way of doing that and their own style. And
Keeping us awake.
Yes.
Yes. Okay.
I prefer to throw marbles at people when they start to snore.
There you go.
But, you have to get creative sometimes. That's just the reality of it.
That would work.
You know, I think it's so beautiful that a season of your life, Deacon Matthew, is coming to an end. You know, the season of transitional deaconhood, diaconate.
Diaconate, yes.
Yeah.
Deaconhood.
Yeah, I'm making up words right and left this morning. Yeah, that's what I do.
That sounds Irish. Go ahead.
And then if it pleases the Lord and it's His will that you will be ordained a priest, thanks be to God, in May 23rd, right? 2020. And so that begins a new season. You'll be, I hope and pray, wearing these beautiful vestments that you will have made with the gift that God gave you for sewing. You didn't know you had, right?
Did not.
Who knew that a Vietnamese celebration of the Tet,
would Vietnamese New Year,
the Vietnamese New Year, that would teach you that you knew and loved to sew. But I want to know, I love hearing priests' stories about their vocational call.
Mm-hmm.
And so I wondered if you could share a little bit about that. Like way back, what were those whispers that the Lord, or the signs that the Lord was showing you?
Way back, the first whispers is actually, they came, when I think about it, when I was 5 or 6 years old.
Really?
So that was before we actually moved to French Settlement. We lived in Gramercy at the time, down in St. James Parish.
I did not know you weren't born and raised in French Settlement.
Nope.
I'm learning stuff right and left this morning.
Yeah. Like I said, I'm a man of surprises.
I love that.
But when I was 5 or 6 years old, I would always insist on going to Saturday evening Mass at Sacred Heart Church in Gramercy with my grandparents.
Aww.
And now my mom didn't know at the time. She may have, I don't know. But she would make sure that, being a little child that I was, stand on the pew or the kneeler, make sure you could see Father, watch what he's doing. And that really started to nurse my vocation. The thought of the priesthood was always in the back of my mind.
Yeah.
I didn't know what a priest was. It's just a man wearing funny clothes talking a lot about Jesus.
Right.
But I said, I could do that. That's pretty cool. So, I mean, those were the first whisperings. Now, life goes on and you start to make your own plans and your own aspirations. So it kind of fell out. I didn't shove it out until I went to confession in French Settlement. This is when I was in 8th grade. Father Reuben Reynolds at the time was still our pastor before Father Jason came.
Mm-hmm.
But I went to confession to him, and he said, Matthew, you're very involved in the parish, youth group, altar server, everything that we have, you come. Maybe you should consider the priesthood. I'm like, okay.
And how old are you?
Right now?
No.
Oh.
when this happened?
12 or 13.
Holy cow.
Oh, yeah. So I was young.
That was quite the blind side.
It was.
Yeah.
And so I thought, he mentioned that, and then that's a passing thought. It's not going to continue until other people started to mention, hey, I thought you'd make a good priest. Maybe you should consider going to the seminary. And I didn't want to hear any of that. So I started to fight it. And then over the next couple years, long story short, it was kind of this roller coaster. And I finally gave up and said, Lord, whatever you want, I'll do it. Dangerous thing to say when you're in adoration.
Boy, don't I know.
But, I mean, and here I am now. I started seminary right outside of high school. So I graduated in May 2012 and started that August. That was going on 8 years ago now.
Wow. So you were in high school when you gave the Lord your fiat, basically, Lord,
yes.
you're really?
I was a junior in high school.
Oh my goodness. So
yeah, you don't hear that much. You usually hear it in somebody
a little bit later
on
vocation.
in life. Right. That's pretty cool.
Yeah. So there's a lot of, you're a young man. You're still a young man, and there are a lot of, my goodness, a lot of pressures upon our young people today, and
more
for you
than
to
we
be
know.
More than we know. It is, Mayberry is not. Do you know what Mayberry is? Mayberry is no longer here.
He knows what.
You know what Mayberry is.
No,
you
he
live
doesn't
in
know what Mayberry is.
Mayberry
Andy
is.
Griffith,
He's too young.
come on.
No, he doesn't know what Andy Griffith is.
I know that name.
Okay. There was a show. Yeah, you'll have to check it out. You can check it out.
Yes.
But it was this idyllic, land of where, truth was clear and right and wrong was clear and life was simple and Yeah, it was the country life, kind of like in French Settlement. Just saying, you
Yes,
know.
indeed.
Yeah, things
Apple
are pretty
pie on
clear.
the front porch.
That's it. Watching the clouds go by, where everybody knows your name.
All right.
Okay, so and you do live in, you know.
Go ahead.
I don't want to sing.
I didn't know
okay,
you were
I
going
don't
to
want
run with it.
That's like it is, though.
I don't even know what the original.
She knows well.
I don't know what the original question was. Oh, it had to do with those pressures that oppress all of us, but in a particular way, young people of today. And I just wonder if you have any clarity, maybe that you could give us, persons of an older, stature in life, older in season in life, how we can encourage vocations and sort of pierce through all of those confusing messages that tell you who you are, and they have, sort of divert us at the level of our identity, our very core of who we are.
All right. Well, there's two things. First and foremost, I think you have to remind people that they are loved, that they are a child of God, and that regardless of what the world throws at them, He will not abandon them.
Amen.
And the second one, don't be afraid if you think someone has a vocation, a young man to the priesthood or a young lady to become a religious sister. Don't be afraid to mention that to them, just like people did for me. How fitting.
That would be
creative.
I may shed a tear or two because I do miss Mayberry. I do miss Mayberry.
Yes, indeed.
So we have to wrap it up. There's our music.
Oh, that's our.
Yeah.
Oh, look.
Oh, well, listen, give us that number,
Matthew
Deacon
Dunn?
Matthew.
Yes, indeed. Call us in again at 855-341-5199, or of course you can go online at ccradio.help.
Oh, we're going to be praying for you, Deacon Matthew.
Please do.
Dunn.
I know my prayers for y'all as well.
God bless you.
And your future boss is waiting in the hallway.
Yes,
Yeah.
indeed. No pressure. No pressure.
No pressure. Awesome.
All right. That number to call is 855-341-5199, or go to ccradio.help.
Berryland Campers offers RVs, fifth wheels, and motor coaches with names recognized in the industry. Cardinal, Flagstaff, Cherokee, Puma, and others. Over 30 acres of RVs and hundreds of makes and models. Sales and service personnel have the experience to help you. Berryland Campers with 2 locations on I-12 in Ponchatoula and I-12 in Holden. Berryland Campers is a proud underwriter of Catholic Community Radio. On the web at berrylandcampers.com.
North Shore Toyota in Covington is pleased to underwrite programming on Catholic Community Radio. North Shore Toyota carries the full line of new Toyota cars, trucks, and SUVs, including Camry, Corolla, and Tundra, Tacoma, RAV4, and 4Runner. Online at northshoretoyota.com. They also have pre-owned and certified vehicles. Visit North Shore Toyota today. I-12 at the 190 Service Road in Covington, next to Piccadilly, and northshoretoyota.com.
Hi, I'm Gordon Stevens with the Steamboat Natchez. Thank you for listening to Catholic Radio, the Almighty 690. The Steamboat Natchez is the last authentic steamboat on the Mississippi River. The Natchez is celebrating her 41st anniversary this year. SteamboatNatchez.com, 504-586-8777. The Steamboat Natchez recreates part of our American heritage every day. We host many groups, schools, reunions, dinners, private charters, and wedding receptions. 4 of my daughters had their wedding receptions on the Natchez. They were married at St. Louis Cathedral, St. Patrick's, and Holy Name. We have great lunches and dinners prepared daily by our executive chef, Scott Nesbitt. We have live jazz performances on the daytime cruises by the Steamboat Stompers and by the Grammy-nominated Dukes of Dixieland on the dinner cruises. SteamboatNatchez.com, 504-586-8777.
Catholic Community Radio is underwritten by Avery Brothers. Avery Brothers is the industry leader in foundation repair, specializing in the raising of homes, shoring, leveling, and foundation repair. Avery Brothers has been serving the New Orleans area since 1840. That's over 175 years. Call us at 504-488-2671 or on the web at averybrothers.com.
Get better sleep with a new mattress from Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet, a proud supporter of Catholic Community Radio, providing a selection of brand name mattresses, adjustable bed frames, and Maloof pillows and sheets. Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet, 225-930-5779. 4065 Florida Boulevard, and coming soon to Jefferson at Hushitu Road. Open 9 to 6 Monday through Saturday, noon to 4 on Sundays. See Mitch and the gang at Baton Rouge Mattress Outlet.
Drive Time fuels our mission.
WQNO
690 AM.
New Orleans. WPYR AM and LP.
1380 AM and 105.9 FM.
Baton Rouge.
ccradio.help. Twice a year. 3 days in spring. 3 days in fall. We interrupt our programming to bring you Drive Time.
It's Drive Time.
Your financial donations fuel our daily operations, fuel our joy, fuel evangelization, fuel this apostolate. And now, live from the Catholic Community Radio studios,
It's Drive Time.
And we kind of need that high-test jet fuel today because we got a big mission to fuel here at Catholic Community Radio, and we are so very grateful for you guys just, diving in there, getting on the phone and calling in, making your donations online. In fact, I have a couple of donations that we got to do here before we get going. Christine, this was done online at ccradio.help. Christine is from Laplace, a $30 donation. Thank you kindly. The pages are stuck together here. All right. This is a $50 donation from Gay, and $50. Gay is from Ocean Springs, Mississippi. By jingies, don't you just love that? Yes.
Wonderful. Thank you.
I tell you what, we do. And we reached definitely the Gulf Coast and all of Gulfport, Biloxi, Pascagoula.
Oh, we come in strong there.
Yes, all the way down the Gulf Coast into the Panhandle of Florida. Here's an anonymous donation from Fodosh, $100. That makes the choir sing, which we love that. Another donation, this was online at ccradio.help, from Gramercy. Okay. I just want to make sure I had the city right.
Okay.
Because this print's real tiny.
All right.
I need a magnifying glass and my readers.
Yeah.
Oh, stop it, David. Get back.
Only because I can relate.
Oh, yeah, I understand that.
Hey.
$100 donation. Thank you, Miranda, for that. We appreciate it.
Yeah.
And these are the analog donations that have come in because you actually talk to a real human being. Mary from Baton Rouge goes to St. Patrick. Let me see.
That's where Deacon Matthew Dunn is.
That's right.
Supporting the radio station and our traditional deacon, Matthew Dunn.
Yes.
$1,000.
Mary.
Oh.
That was beautiful.
Wow. Thank you. My goodness.
Here's an anonymous donation from Gonzales. This person goes to Christ the King. Donation made in the name of Jenny David. Am I saying that name right? Father, Jenny David.
Jamin David.
Oh, Jamin. Father Jamin. Jamin.
You're
Father
reading
Jamin David.
Okay.
Yes.
You're reading handwriting there. That's
it looks like an N, but
it's Jamin.
Jamin.
Yeah.
Thank you, Deacon.
Not Deacon.
Excuse me.
Bishop.
I'm sorry. Yeah, the deacon was sitting there.
Yeah.
Forgive me, Bishop.
You've been demoted.
Look, he's juggling all kind of stuff out
Let me-
there.
let me
Let's give him one more chance.
Oh, okay.
Come on.
Here's an anonymous donation from Gonzales. Go to Christ the King, and it's in donation is made in the name of Father Jamin David.
Perfect. Yes.
And it is $500.
Whoa.
To which I think Bishop Duca would agree. Father's a great guy.
Yep.
I will.
You know them all. Okay. And finally, we got Jerry and Gloria from Baton Rouge. Go to St. Patrick, a $100 donation.
Yes, indeed. Thank you.
Right.
Thank
They say,
you,
we
guys.
love Catholic Community Radio, the only station we listen to, and St. Patrick loves Deacon Matthew Dunn. All right.
It's a wonderful
Speaking
couple.
of Dunn, I'm
You're
out of
done.
here.
Or as my little granddaughter says, all done.
All done.
All done.
I love it. Well, all right, David.
Yes. Here's where it gets good. If you call 855-341-5199, that's 855-341-5199, or go to ccradio.help. We have quite the offer on the table, and it's going to be there for the rest of the day. Coach Paul Maneri, LSU baseball coach Paul Maneri, has offered the Game Day Experience. Game Day Experience is a personal tour of the facilities of LSU Alex Box Stadium, even Coach Paul Maneri's office. You get 4 gold seats. Those are Coach Paul Maneri's gold seats. 2 people get to go into the dugout for the game, get to throw out the first pitch. You get a parking pass. You get to stand on the first base line for the national anthem. You get to do, and it's quite the experience. Oh, by the way, you can watch the game too. You know, there's a baseball game
after
going
all
on.
that, right?
So the bidding has started at $1,500, and it already has begun. So we're going to take it from there. We're going to do this for the rest of the day. So 855-341-5199 when you call in, or if you go to ccradio.help, you put Game Day Experience, all right? And then it only gets better from that, because we have had some pretty special guests today, but I think we got the icing on the cake right here with us in the studios right now. Gabby? Gabby. I just said Gabby.
That's
Stacey?
the second
And
time
I'm looking
today.
right at
and
you.
my
Did I call you
wrinkle
Gabby?
cream must be working is what I'm thinking. Okay, no, it's a new hour and we have a new guest, David.
Yes.
We are sitting here with our own beloved Bishop, Michael Duca.
Good morning.
Welcome to the
Good
show.
morning.
Thank you so much for having us and for being with us during this very special time during our Catholic Community Radio Drive Time.
My second one.
It's your second one. I know it. And we just love having you here.
He's a seasoned pro now.
He's a seasoned
That's
pro.
right.
In fact, why don't you go ahead and just get us started off at this hour? Go ahead and give us that number one more time.
It's 855-341-5199, or on the net, ccradio.help.
Now, do you hear that call? That's our bishop saying, y'all call in now.
Obey your bishop.
We obey your bishop.
I saw
we need
that.
some
I saw
help.
that the deacon got some messages with hearts on them.
He did.
If I get any messages, put praying hands. I need the praying hands more than the hearts.
Okay, we're gonna be watching for y'all to communicate with. I've got Facebook Live up here. If you happen to not be driving and you are in a safe place and you are listening on Facebook or listening on Facebook, our stream there, you can comment. And I will be happy to pass that on to Bishop Duca.
Last week, I think I used my first emoji. I don't believe in
Don't do that.
emojis.
Yeah.
I don't believe in them, but I did use one last week. And
Okay,
it was
well,
a kind one. It was
a kind
it was
one.
A
Was
smiling,
it a smiley?
It was a smiling face.
Okay, good. I'm kind of partial to the smiley face. I'm kind of partial to the hearts.
I gave a lot of the thumbs up. Okay. Yeah,
Yes.
Can't write out okay. They got to put the little thumb on.
Gotta
Got
put
the little
thumb.
thumb up. There you go.
Yeah, the
There you
little
go.
thumb.
But
Who would have ever thought we'd be communicating by emojis? Okay,
the
so
phone is beginning to ring.
I hear.
already.
I heard.
Well, you
some.
know,
They're
we
listening to their
have
bishop.
communicated by emoji. If you think, not emojis, but by symbol. I mean,
That's
you can
true.
think of the ictus, the fish.
That's true.
And being a symbol of Christianity, which
You-
not everybody knows. If you take the letters of ictus in Greek and line them up, it's the first letters of this phrase: Jesus Christ, Son of God, Savior.
Oh.
That's why ictus is a meaning for Christians. And if you know your Greek letters, you can, and you say it in Greek, they all line up. So I guess you might say that's the first Christian emoji.
That
if you
first Christian emoji. I like
call
that.
it, say
Okay,
it
so
that.
the burning question now is: do you think that all of these different social media outlets have an emoji for the ictus?
I think they do.
You might have to get it out of some other. I don't think it comes out in the.
It's like one of the first.
I don't know. You know what
options.
Father Chris
I don't know.
does?
I haven't
I've
looked.
seen it. Father Chris is
Awesome.
actually.
I haven't looked through the symbols yet.
Yeah.
Enough to know.
If not, let me know. We'll send you. We'll send you one. So
And-
here comes one.
Here comes one, Dana Roussel Boudreau, praying bishop, and she's got the praying hands. There you
Okay,
go.
good.
Thank you, Dana.
We'll see if anyone has an ictus. Send it on.
Okay, yeah, we want to see that. You
Ictus
just said
is that fish, the fish symbol.
Yeah.
the fish symbol, kind of right behind us, huh?
I see
Isn't
it,
that
yeah.
that's indeed. Okay, so what is going on in our diocese? What is at the top of your priority list? What's happening?
Well, this morning I had the interfaith breakfast, prayer breakfast for the diocese for Baton Rouge City.
Yeah.
Sure.
And that's interfaith is usually the gathering of people of all faiths.
Mm-hmm.
Ecumenical usually means Christians together. This is interfaith. So I shared the podium with a Buddhist monk. Our rabbi was from here. I sat at a table with our Greek Orthodox priest. And so it's a gathering of all the different communities, lay leaders, lay people who want to join together in unity. The mayor was there and reminded us that there are over 600 houses of worship or temples, mosques in our city.
Wow.
Which allows us, would be tremendous. We were just talking about what a catalyst that could be if we really began to open dialogue. And it was all about sharing our story, about being able to share the way we view the world so we might come to understand each other and find new grounds for building hope and building real answers for the future.
That's right.
So that was the first thing I did this morning. That was a great, very encouraging.
Yeah, I've not had the opportunity to attend one of those before, but I've kind of wondered, what does go on at one of these, the interfaith breakfasts.
Yes. Well, it's a great time to communicate. I've had one visit to the mosque. I went there during Ramadan and prayed with them, and they have a great, you can go there and they give you like an overview of the faith and what Ramadan is, and then you can go, well, I could go pray with the men, and the women go pray with the women. They separate, but I had a chance to go, and I didn't do anything. I just kind of sat there because I didn't know they pray in Arabic. So it was a time for me to join with them and show some solidarity. And so this is another time to renew those friendships as well.
Yeah.
So it's a great work that we do through that, and also, of course, the counterpart in the Christian church is the Louisiana Interchurch Conference, which I've been a part of for many years, but even before coming here. And so that's been a great experience too. So that's one of the good things about this city is the way we're working together as different religions.
Oh, beautiful, beautiful. 855-341-5199. You can donate to us here at ccradio.help. We're talking this morning with Bishop Michael Duca. I'm Stacy Galino here with Dave Dawson and Jeff Blackwell mashing buttons in master
and
control.
playing guitar.
And
quite
playing
well,
guitar and just doing all the things he does. So.
Yeah, like giving out that phone number.
I'll do it.
Yes, I am doing it. I promise. My hand is in the air here. It's 855-341-5199. We have volunteer operators seated right behind me. They're ready to take your call. They're here giving up their morning just to take your call. So give them a ring. If nothing else, just to say hello. 855-341-5199 or donate online at ccradio.help. We'll be right back.
This program is brought to you by John Achapinti and Boscoli Family Gourmet Products, who proudly support Catholic Community Radio, spreading the good news of Jesus Christ throughout the world. Look for Boscoli Family Italian Olive Salad and its other gourmet products at a friendly neighborhood grocer near you. Boscoli, it's unmistakably New Orleans.
This program is brought to you through the wonderful generosity of Charles and Kathleen Cusimano.
Catholic Community Radio invites you to come cruise with us December 10th through the 14th, 2020. Set sail from New Orleans on a pilgrimage called Advent at Sea. This 4-day cruise on the Carnival of Valor leaves New Orleans for Cozumel, Mexico on Thursday, December 10th, 2020. Celebrate the Feast of Our Lady of Guadalupe on the 12th in Cozumel. Your cabin, entertainment, and all meals are provided on board. Plus, Father Chris Decker will start each day with Mass. Get all the details at ccradio.live and join us for Advent at Sea, December 10th through the 14th, 2020. Book before October 16th and pay only a $25 per person deposit to secure your cabin. You'll have until next summer to pay your balance in full. Advent 2020 at Sea is a fun way to support Catholic Community Radio. Go to ccradio.live for complete details.
Catholic Community Radio is underwritten by Shane Funeral Home. Shane Funeral Home, in the heart of the city at 3827 Canal Street, has been serving New Orleans for over 160 years. Jacob Shane & Son Funeral Home is still family-owned and has been creating healing experiences in the community since 1852. For pre-planning, Patrick Shane can be reached at 504-482-2111. That's 504-482-2111. Shane Funeral Home.
New Orleans is home to many beautiful Catholic churches. There's a new tour company, Catholic Tours of the Crescent City, that offers small driving tours of churches, shrines, and a cemetery. Come join Catholic Tours of the Crescent City as we go into these sacred spaces and explore some of their unique features while learning about the rich Catholic history of our beautiful city. Please visit ctccnola.com, 504-228-7662.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
No gift is too small. One time or recurring, we are grateful.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
We're so glad you're back with us here in this hour, this 10 o'clock hour. We are sitting, Dave, Jeff, and I, and all the gang here who are volunteering their time with the phones and feeding us and all the beautiful things that we do here as a Catholic Community Radio family. And that includes you. If you're listening, you are part of the Catholic Community Radio family. But we're here with our guest this hour, none other than Bishop Michael Duca. We're so grateful for your time. We know you're so busy.
Oh, yeah. I always have time for Catholic radio.
Oh,
Thank
awesome.
you.
We so appreciate your support of
This
Catholic
is,
radio.
and this is where we have our hand out. And this, Bishop Duca, you understand the importance of what we're doing here, of evangelizing.
Well, I did something interesting this Christmas. A person in charge of our fundraising of the diocese said, you need to send out a telephone message at Christmas.
Mm-hmm.
And I said, no, come on. People don't like that. The robocalls, they don't like that. Mm-hmm. That's just going to be disrupting to their life. But she finally convinced me. So I had to come up with like a certain 1 minute, statement.
Yeah.
And they did a robocall to the phone numbers that we had that people had given to us. So we would go looking for them. And I thought, this is going to be a mess. Well, I got the most wonderful messages back from people.
Is that right?
Sweet.
They said, I can't believe my bishop called me, left a message.
Aww.
It made my day.
Wow.
And I began to realize how many people, don't get out as much or may not be as connected or feel somewhat distant. And I thought, so we're getting ready to do one for Thanksgiving probably now and Christmas, because it seemed to have no one complained. Now maybe you'll start getting some complaints on the on the internet, but no one complained to me directly. And some of them, of course, we can only do it to their home numbers too. We can't do it to anything else. But nevertheless, it was good. Now, the reason I say that is because Catholic radio enters people's homes all the time. Mm-hmm. It's there not just for one little phrase. It's there all the time.
Right.
So today, people can hear me talking to them, to everyone, and make those connections.
Right.
And so this is a media that is really it's so basic, but it's so pervasive.
Right.
And so easy and free for people to turn on, not free to run.
Right.
Right.
And so the people that support this, believe me, your voices are getting out into those kinds of homes where people really need and really are nurtured and fed, by this connection, by the teaching, by just the interaction with the personalities here. So I think it's a very important work that we do here.
Well, thank you. Thank you.
Yes.
We've had quite a few priests tell us I only have 10 minutes a week to get my message across. And Catholic Community Radio was able to fill in that gap and keep the education going or keep the pastoral message going, however they want. So, I appreciate
That's
what
right.
you have to say. So
that's good.
Yes.
So you should call, right?
Yes, by all means. What's that number?
855-341-5199. Or on the internet, ccradio.help. .help. That must be a new domain.
It is.
New domain.
It is. We have all kind of ways of getting to us,
Yeah.
And so you can donate online. You can use your app to get to us, or you can, if you want to talk to a real person, you can call 855-341-5199. Or if you want to come on by the studios, we're at 11924 Sunray Avenue in Baton Rouge, Louisiana, and we have food. We have a lot of happy people around here. Come on by and
come on down, darling.
There you go. That's what Louis Prejean says. And we have. We'll take your money that way too. Any way we can do it. Huh?
Oh, that's right. We will receive your money. That's
Yes.
right. We'll be glad to receive and be so grateful for that. And so, Bishop Duca, as I'm just reflecting, it has been a little over a year now since you came to us to the Diocese of Baton Rouge.
That's right, yeah.
From up north there a little bit, right?
A little bit up, way
just
up north.
A little bit up there. And I'm just wondering if you have any thoughts and reflections on your first year. I know there was a really great article recently in the Catholic Commentator. Yeah, but maybe just share a little bit from your heart about, I know there's always that adjustment. You've been very open about that. But you know that you've been here a year and you've gotten your stuff unpacked and you're settled. You know, what are you thinking? What's on your heart?
Well, that's the first big thing that's changed. I used to always tell people I'm settling, but now I can actually say I'm settled.
Good.
Wonderful.
And one of the, I told some people in Dallas, said, you'll know that I'm settled when I start making sausage again. That's one of my things. And so I didn't make it at home, but I found some people that were interested. And so I went ahead and said, okay, let's do it. And so that was kind of a sign to me that I'm starting to feel at home here. I still haven't made it at home, and that's that'll be kind of the next step. But that's a kind of a way for me to say that my normal life, you might say, is kind of coming back. Because when I was driving on vacation, driving up to where I take my vacation every year, I began to think about the year. And I began to realize how busy I was. I really didn't realize how busy I made myself, trying to visit with all the priests at the beginning. In fact, I went back to kind of see what this semester or this first fall was going to look like. Mm-hmm. And I looked at my calendar from last fall, and I said, oh my, what did I do?
Yeah, right.
I just kind of came in and just started going into it. And it was the best thing I could have done. And I'm sure it was a grace from God that says, get in there and get started.
Yeah.
Because I have a good foundation now. I kind of know generally where things are, not by heart, yet, but, and I feel settled. I feel like I'm getting a feel for the pulse of not just the city, but of the whole diocese.
Yeah.
I'm learning learned a lot about sugarcane.
Yeah.
I bet you have.
And
I bet you have.
I've had to revive my old Dallas instincts about driving in traffic.
Yep.
I'm learning shortcuts, and that's a big help. I know where to get my car washed. I know where to get my oil changed.
There you go.
I have every doctor now lined up except for my eye doctor. That's the next one.
All right.
And so I think I have everything in place, and I'm ready to continue on, and my feet are solid on the ground here.
Oh,
awesome.
Wow. That
now
is good to hear.
It's time for sausage making.
Yeah, and I've also told people, and I've said it here, I think on the radio show as well, I've become an aficionado of gumbo.
Ooh.
Have you?
I really believe, I really have a different viewpoint of that. It's not being like, just a kind of a simple food. I think it's a very complex food, actually.
Mm-hmm,
oh, it is.
And the number of variations I've had since I've been here have been really delightful.
If you have when you have a great gumbo is when you can't discern all the herbs and everything. You just have this magical flavor, right? But it's much more complex than your typical soup, right?
Oh,
yeah.
So what is it? Is it do you like seafood gumbo or you like chicken and sausage?
I like all of it.
Okay.
I tend to be a person that likes okra in my gumbo. And I'm learning also to appreciate the fine kind of subtleties of eating it with potato salad.
Oh, yeah,
that's just wrong.
Yeah.
No. No. I have a debate going with my son about that. He likes it with potato salad.
You have started something now.
There you go.
You have started something, David Dawson, because people like their potato salad in their gumbo.
Okay.
Some people, not him.
Nope.
Partly because my mother always made a mustard-based potato salad, and usually it's a mustard-based salad, so.
Yeah.
Interesting.
But that's.
I can understand a complex gumbo, but you just made it weird.
But I like also oftentimes down here you'll talk about the melting pot of the United States.
Yeah.
Down here they talk about like the gumbo.
Indeed.
The fact that and that's the other thing of the diversity of the area, diversity of cultures, nationalities. The Indians. For many people think of New Orleans as a Spanish city. I mean, as a French city, but actually it was a Spanish city more than a French city. We got it from the French, but it had been the Spaniards had a big play
They were the biggest. That's right.
And then you find the Cajuns, the Acadians, and then you have the Spanish influence. You've got the Native Americans, African Americans,
and Sicilians.
And Sicilians.
Yeah,
Sicilian. Well, that's the other thing. When I first arrived here, I was given the question. I've never had this question asked to me in my whole life in Dallas. And there's a strong Sicilian Italian community there.
Okay.
But first question someone asked me when I came here is, are you Italian or are you Sicilian?
Right.
I said, what? What is that? Now, it wasn't meant derogatory. They just kind of defined.
No, yeah.
Now, in Italy, sometimes that's a very derogatory answer. If you say you're Sicilian,
That's the truth.
There's some terrible bias against North and South.
Oh, no kidding.
is.
Okay.
It's
That is the
diminishing, but
truth.
it's there.
Okay.
But here it's more kind of, are you part of our family or their family kind of thing.
Mm-hmm.
There are more Sicilians down here than I think, so it's good to answer Sicilian. But I have a Sicilian background, so.
Okay.
Yeah. I love that you're bringing up the diversity. We're talking about food and we're talking about cultures, and all of that really becomes, one thing, and especially when, the faith is just permeates all of that. But because we have the port of New Orleans, we think about New York and Ellis Island, and maybe many ancestors of some of us listening came through that port. But because we're right near the port of New Orleans,
Yes.
we have so many. I think that is one of the things that has influenced not only our culture here, which is unique and different from any other place, but also our food, the layers of, just speaking about gumbo, no matter where you go in our state, the gumbo is going to be a little different.
Oh, yeah, because in New Orleans, it's going to have a Creole, a little bit of tomato in there.
Yeah, a little
but boy,
bit of
you
tomato,
go to
and it
Lafayette,
might
it's
even,
going to be dark, and don't you dare put tomato in it.
it might be a little peppery too. Might clean your little sinuses out. I'm serious. I love it, but I love them all. And then even so some of the gumbos mix seafood with sausage.
Yes.
Have you had that?
Oh yeah.
Yeah. You just can't.
I bet you've had it all.
He's had it all.
I had it with cabbage.
Oh,
really?
No kidding.
It was delicious.
I have never. Now, see, I've been here my whole life.
I don't know if you've tried gumbo zerb, but that is.
I've had
that too. Okay, wonderful.
Wow.
Chef Foss cooked some at one of the gatherings.
There you go. Very good.
Awesome.
Very good.
Awesome. Well, Bishop Michael Duga, please give us the number for people to call and donate and help us out here at Catholic Community
It's
Radio.
855-341-5199 or on the net, ccradio.help.
There you go.
All right.
And when we come back, I'm going to have some numbers, some donations. The phones have been ringing, and the computer it must be lit up because we've got online donations flowing in too. So we'll give you an update after our break. It is Drive Time on Catholic Community Radio.
This program is brought to you through the wonderful generosity of Mandina's Restaurant, 3800 Canal Street in New Orleans. For more than 8 decades, Mandina's has been a New Orleans favorite for authentic Italian, fresh seafood, their signature turtle soup, and home-style cuisine. Mandina's on Canal, a proud supporter of Catholic Community Radio. Online at mandinasrestaurant.com. That's mandinasrestaurant.com.
Hi, this is Mike Delahousie from the newly renovated TikTok Cafe. I grew up in Gentilly and I went to Brother Martin High School. I moved across the lake about 25 years ago, but I still do business in the city. I come across the causeway every morning and I love listening to Catholic radio, the almighty 690. Come join me for a cup of coffee, TikTok Cafe. God bless you all.
Why should you have a lawn care professional take care of your yard? Hi, this is Zorn with Green Seasons, and here are a few reasons why. The time you would spend outside mowing your yard in the heat could be used towards more important things, such as spending time with family or taking naps. Having a professional take care of your yard gives you one less thing to worry about during the week. If you leave on vacation, your grass will be the same height as when you left it. Another benefit is that you could sell your lawnmower and weed eater. You don't have to worry about changing the oil, filling up with gas, or sharpening the blades. This will also help free up valuable space in your garage for storing essentials. Plus, your grass will look great. Just so you know, the secret is more time with less stress equals happiness. For more information, Green Season's number is 888-353-1971 or on the web at greenseasons.us.
The year was 1996. It was the final game of the College World Series, and the last pitch led to a walk-off home run by LSU's Warren Morris. Bring the family to Rock and Bowl on Sunday afternoon, September 29th at 2 p.m. to hear the amazing testimony of what God has done in the life of Warren Morris. Tickets are only $10, plus bring the kids for pictures and autographs. Sunday afternoon, 2 p.m., September 29th. Go to rockinbowl.com and get your tickets now.
West Bank Religious Supply House in Marrero offers a selection of Catholic and religious materials, statuettes, crucifixes, Catholic DVDs, prayer cards, candles, and much more. West Bank Religious Supply House is your Catholic bookstore as well as Christian gift store. West Bank Religious Supply House, 5100 West Bank Expressway, Suite 8 in Marrero, 504-341-6558.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
As a faithful listener, we are supported by your prayers, and they are priceless.
It's drive time.
Donate online.
ccradio.help.
Or as Father Chris Tucker would say,
ccradio.help.
he just wants to make sure you know that it's not help.
Must have been standing on the side of a canyon there.
There's a sense of urgency behind that,
Big,
too.
big canyon.
Yeah, big canyon.
Yeah.
It's like, wow. Okay.
Hey, good morning. I'm Jeff Blackwell along with Stacy Galino, David Dawson, and our special guest this hour. I called him Deacon earlier.
Yeah.
That was a big bobo, Jeff.
I know, I got my hand slapped, but Bishop Michael Duca, it's so good to have you with us, Bishop.
Excuse me.
Well, thank you. Good to be here. But you don't ever lose what you get. So deacon's appropriate.
You're still
That's true. That's true.
And I'm still a priest, bishop. It's all together. So
there you go.
Oh, amen.
I happened to mistakenly one day, Archbishop Emeritus Hughes in New Orleans, I said, Father. And then I went, call myself. He said, no, I'm still a father. So,
yeah, that's right.
That's exactly right.
Good to be reminded I'm a deacon, because that's the order of service.
Right.
In fact, I told the deacons this year, when a bishop's ordained, he is to wear a deacon's dalmatic under his chasuble.
Really?
Really?
To kind of show that he has the fullness of of all the three orders.
Wow.
So, Jeff, you didn't know you were really doing Deacon Father Bishop Michael Duca a favor.
It was a profound theological reflection and insight.
Look at you, Jeff. Look at you.
1,000 points for you.
Oh, thank you. Oh, my. I feel redeemed. Let's see. We got Keela from Baton Rouge, who goes to St. Patrick, as a matter of fact, and called in a donation of $50. The donation is in Thanksgiving for Deacon Matt's time at St. Patrick's.
Yes.
Thank you very much there. Some online donations. Kenneth is from Harahan, $25. A $20 donation from Maria. She's from Baton Rouge. Thank you, Maria. $20 one-time donation from Naomi from Destrehan. We appreciate that.
Mm-hmm.
Larry is from Mandeville, a $200 donation.
Wow.
And let's see, we got another $50 donation. These are all online, by the way, at ccradio.help.
Yep.
$50 from Marie, and she is from Baton Rouge, and she said that this donation is made in honor of Bridget McFerrin for her perseverance and full healing.
Oh,
isn't that beautiful?
Yeah.
Beautiful.
Thank you for sharing that with us. All right, we're going to start the percolator here. Are you ready for this?
Uh-oh.
So Lynette is from New Orleans, and she goes to St. Maria Goretti, a $40 a month coffee club member.
Hey.
Yeah, she said, I don't know what I would do without Catholic Community Radio. It lifts my spirit. And also in honor of Father Kyle Dave. You know him?
Great.
Okay, let's see. We've got Peggy from Ponchatoula, goes to St. Joseph, and the another coffee club member. I guess I better get that percolator going.
Percolator. I think it's still in the background.
Yeah,
there it is.
we go. It does have a limit. It runs out, but eventually.
Okay.
$30 a month, coffee club member. Thank you very much, Peggy. And she says, I listen every day. And we're very grateful for that.
Absolutely.
All right,
Grateful
so,
to all of you.
Yeah.
Just like you need coffee, we need coffee club members.
We do indeed.
Keeps us going, just like coffee does. So call 855-341-5199 or go to ccradio.help, and so we can keep Catholic Community Radio on the air, and we can have wonderful messages from our clergy.
Such as
Bishop,
Deacon Priest, Deacon Father Bishop Michael Duca, who is with us,
We
our
have called
very
you
special.
everything today.
Yeah, no.
Yeah, I'm sorry. People can see me on TV.
He's multitasking at the moment.
I'm making my donation
He's
here.
donating.
He's donating
with his phone.
He is leading the flock. Do you hear
With
this?
his phone. Okay.
That's right.
Wow. Okay.
Awesome.
Great.
Okay, so he's doing the online donation.
I'll slow down here for a minute.
At ccradio.help.
He's showing how easy it is to do.
He's showing how easy it is, and he's leading the flock. We appreciate that so much,
indeed.
Bishop.
That's good.
Duca. So we appreciate your sense of humor too. Don't you just love that? You just love it. I love it. So we were talking after our last little segment there about your first year and just some reflections on your first year and how you settled in. Well, I just wonder if there have been any surprises in your first year.
Well, the same thing happened when I was in Shreveport. Coming to Baton Rouge, I've been surprised by a lot of things. I've been surprised that the diocese is more rural than I thought, which is a great rural communities, but it gives a different flavor to the whole diocese, and something that I really treasure and have enjoyed, as well as, of course, the dynamic parishes within the cities. But also, was surprised at the fact that I was grateful that we had a Catholic university that's kind of growing now. Brand new, which is great. I mean, a diocese to have a Catholic university. I mean, they've always had a college there for nursing and medical.
Right.
But to now kind of enlarge it into a full 4-year college gives us a great resource here from a Catholic perspective. And also that their theology department now is doing our deacon formation. They're working with our catechetical department.
Yes.
The resources to have something like that in town, the theologians it brings.
They are incredible.
I know. And so,
Yeah.
and so that's a wonderful, I was so happy about that.
Yeah.
Because I grew up in Dallas. It has a Catholic university as well. You would know it's called the University of Dallas, but, but
I know it. My daughter,
I know.
you know.
Really?
I know.
Olivia,
She's a
yes.
great connection there.
Okay.
But anyway, so that was a big surprise and a great joyful surprise. But also, I think I've told you here before, the fact that we have Catholic radio. Up in Shreveport, we were trying to find a station, and we kind of missed the sweet spot, so we're on the other end of that. But I came down here. We've got a fully developed Catholic radio. We have a TV. We have a great communication departments at the Catholic Life Center, and so we're in fact the first thing I tried to do was try to find it on my TV.
Right.
Find that Catholic. I use my Roku. I tried to find it. And I thought I could just easily search. I was amazed how many actual religious TV stations there are,
Tons. Yeah.
So I had to go, I get the actual name and it popped right up. So now I'm watching that. Of course, it comes up on our cable too.
Yes, it does.
But here, this is always on around as we drive through the town. And so having that kind of an outreach, to me also is something I'm very proud of.
Well, there
and
you
proud
go.
of the work that you do, because this is not the diocese. This is you. You support yourself. That's why this is so important.
Well, when we started, we just said at the time, and I still say this, the diocese doesn't need another thing that it has to pay for or manage, okay? You guys are doing plenty enough work, and we are here to serve the diocese. That should be what we do. So that's sort of our model here.
Yeah, and I think that's exactly right. And so that's why this, give to this Catholic radio, because keeping this voice alive is very important to us.
Great.
And I think important to handing on the faith. I talked to someone one time that I think maybe someone came down and talked to me. Maybe it was you came down and talked to me about Catholic radio.
You mean up in Shreveport?
At Shreveport.
Absolutely. I did.
And made the point that many people who listen to a lot of religious radio, when they start listening to Catholic radio, they see a distinctive change where many of the other stations at times can be polemical. That is, they can be talking about how they're different from another religion.
Yes.
And very evangelical and saying, come believe us because we have the truth. We kind of just simply proclaim the truth we have in a very gentle way. We kind of say, this is it. This is what we believe, and listen. And we present it as hopeful words, as words that we're not saying we're better than this person or that person. We're just saying this is what we read in the scriptures. This is what we teach. And the wisdom that comes from that. And that's a whole different approach.
It is.
And there are many testimonies of people that became attracted to the Catholic Church or back to the church simply from something they heard flipping around on the radio.
Right.
And so I can't tell you how this was a great surprise when I came.
Oh, wonderful.
And
wonderful. Well,
so
we're honored. I appreciate those kind words.
those are my two big surprises here. And I'm also kind of challenged by the fact that this being the state capital, that I'm called into some of the bigger events.
Yeah.
And Like, for example, former Governor Blanco's funeral.
Yes.
This kind of the state part of it at the cathedral. Those kind of things. It's been a privilege for me.
Yeah.
But it's a whole nother element of being a bishop in a state capital.
That's right, in the state capital, because of
Interesting.
our legislatures right here.
Yeah.
Yep.
I hadn't thought about that. That keeps your dance card really full, doesn't it, Bishop?
That's right. And the other nice surprises I've gotten to know. I know this is not, but Chef Fols.
Yes.
You know, because I kind of like to cook. I'm a real amateur at it, but and I don't use any recipes. I just kind of play around in the kitchen. But he's been a great help and invited me to some great events through his organization too.
Right.
And I've enjoyed that as well.
Yeah. I've seen you, and most of the places I've seen you have been places to eat. You know.
Well, you have to admit,
that's where I go.
But you have to admit, almost every time we gather, there's something to eat.
Well, you
that's
know
true.
it.
You know?
We love our food.
See,
we
the
love
last
our
time
food.
you and I were together, it was at White Oak Plantation. Chilling and grilling.
That's right.
We were
Chilling and
we were
grilling.
both chilling and grilling. So we were having a great time. So it was fun to see you there.
And then, of course, the last thing that's not a surprise, but the great faith of the people here. Yeah, across the board. I mean, even the ministers I met, for example, and people I met this morning at the interfaith breakfast.
Right.
It's just a powerful witness of faith in the whole city. And it's more present down here. It seems like the religion is a little bit more present and
maybe as a
influential.
lived out expression.
Yeah, we live it. We live it.
That's
right. That's
it.
Wonderful.
All right. Well, I hear some music.
It's time to give that number out.
Yeah.
Okay, it's 855-341-5199, and the internet address is ccradio.help.
That's right.
Not .com, .help.
.help.
And that really is the thing.
Because we do need your help.
Because he's on it.
That's right.
I'm on it right now.
We got to be quiet so he can donate.
Yeah,
here.
That's right.
Well, let's take a break then, okay?
Okay.
I want to remind you that this afternoon you're going to be hearing from Gabby Smith and Mark Shafisi from New Orleans, and their guest at 2 o'clock, Harry Connick Sr. Yes, Harry Connick Sr. 2 o'clock, and then Father Doug Bush at 3, Father Michael O'Connor at 4 o'clock, along with Debbie Shinsky. It's going to be a big afternoon. Stay with us right here. It's Drive Time on Catholic Community Radio.
Hi, I'm John Melanson with River Road Coffees, and we're proud supporters of Catholic Community Radio throughout South Louisiana. In fact, I can say that we wake their staff up in the morning and keep them going throughout the day. Not only can you find River Road Coffees in most stores, but we can also be found at the many events that Catholic Community Radio hosts. For more information, our website is riverroadcoffees.com. That's riverroadcoffees.com.
This is Dr. Guy Cresson. With my partner, Dr. Brian Miller, we're at Bucktown Dental Care in the shadows of St. Louis King of France Church in Metairie. My sister Diane Cresson Swing is a hygienist. My brother Russell Cresson is an orthodontist. Bucktown Dental Care, 1569 Lake Avenue since 1980. 504-831-6900. On the web at www.bucktowndentalcare.com and on Facebook. We would love to have you as part of our dental family. Bucktown Dental Care, guiding you to better health.
Traditional paint is 70% water. You're renting paint. There's no stability with paint.
That's Kevin Memahat, owner of Mid-South Coatings. Kevin, tell us about the product you put on your customers' homes.
Our manufacturer opened the doors in 1961. They're the founding father of wall coatings. They're on their third generation.
Using Mid-South Coatings, what will someone's home look like 30, 40 years from now?
If you take care of the exterior of the house, it's guaranteed to last a lifetime. It's going to look like it did today after we got finished applying the coatings. Nobody else can meet that or exceed the warranties that we provide.
What's the biggest concern your homeowners have?
The customer's biggest concern is, can they afford my products and services? My homeowners all come back to me and say that it was a lot more affordable than they ever thought it would be.
Mid-South Coatings for a free estimate. 504-407-2222. 407-2222. That's 407-2222. MidSouthCoatings.com.
Patio Drugs at 5208 Veterans Boulevard in Metairie is a proud sponsor of Catholic Community Radio. Patio Drugs opened in 1958 and is the oldest independent pharmacy in Jefferson Parish. Patio Drugs has a knowledgeable and caring staff with free area delivery. Patio Drugs, a quality pharmacy supporting quality Catholic radio. Patio Drugs, 504-889-7070. On the web at patiodrugs.com.
Catholic Art and Gifts at 6184 Florida Boulevard is a proud sponsor of Catholic Community Radio. Catholic Art and Gifts has sacramental items and supplies for church and clergy. Catholic Art and Gifts also has books from the latest Catholic authors, icons, gifts for all occasions, and always a warm, heartfelt welcome from the staff. Catholic Art and Gifts, 6184 Florida Boulevard, 926-1216, or visit Ziegler's.com.
This is Dr. Gary Levy at Lakeview Veterinary Hospital in New Orleans. As stewards of God's four-legged creation, we at Lakeview Veterinary Hospital are proud to support Catholic radio. I grew up in Lakeview and attended Christian Brothers, De La Salle, and Loyola. My love and respect for all God's creatures led to my 30-year veterinary career here in the shadow of St. Dominic's Church. Lakeview Veterinary Hospital on Memphis Street behind Starbucks on Harrison Avenue. 504-482-2173 or lakeviewvet.com.
Macedo Lind is a locally owned benefits agency serving the Gulf Coast area with more than 43 years of combined experience, designing and managing benefits packages such as major medical and retirement to meet the needs of employers and their employees. Macedo Lind is a proud underwriter of Catholic Community Radio. Macedo Lind. Email info@macedolind.com or 866-237-7723.
It's drive time.
Give us a ring at 855-341-5199.
That's 855-341-5199.
Speak to a volunteer operator until 6 p.m. or it's faster to donate online at ccradio.help 24/7.
It's drive time.
All right, we're winding down day 3 of the morning segment here at Drive Time. Stacy Galino joins us in studio along with our president, David Dawson, and Bishop Michael Duca is in studio as well. So we got basically 15 minutes here to kind of wrap things up, get those phones a-ringing, and then we'll take a little break. You'll hear Father John Ricardo coming up at 11 o'clock. Of course, noon Mass in your market. We do Mass for New Orleans from the St. Louis Cathedral, and in Baton Rouge from Our Lady of Mercy. So we will not miss that. We'll be back again this afternoon at 2 o'clock with a whole lineup of fun and afternoon guests with Mark Shafisi, Lisa Flood will be joining us, and Gabby Smith. So we're not finished yet.
Oh,
All
no.
right.
And did I hear Harry Connick Jr.?
Senior.
Excuse me.
His father.
Harry
Wow.
Jr.'s
Have you ever
dad.
seen them sing together?
I have not.
They both sing "I'm Just Wild About Harry."
Oh.
It is delightful.
Now,
it is delightful.
maybe that'll be the surprise this afternoon.
Hey,
have
you
to
never
tune-
know.
You never know.
But no, there was one time I had gone to an event, and it was something that Harry Connick Sr., he's such a devout Catholic, and he was promoting the new Holy Spirit mysteries of the Rosary, and we were going through that, and there was different days that we were going down there. I was able to finally go for the final day. It was beautiful. It was at the Dominican, and while we were there, well, here comes Harry Jr. walking up the aisle just to be a part of it.
How about
It
that?
was
Hey, you never
really
know.
beautiful. Yeah,
We have all kinds of surprises.
At the end, he stood up at the podium. Gosh, it only must have been like 50 of us there, maybe 70. But there's Harry Jr. with his family, and he got up there at the podium and sang "Come Holy Ghost." It was beautiful.
Oh my goodness!
Just beautiful. That's a
I
family thing.
love it. I love it. It was-
Because that's who we are in South Louisiana. Our
That's
Catholic
it.
faith comes first, right?
It comes
So-
first with lots of joy, and we're just bursting with joy around here. And I just love that I'm so joyful because we're sitting next to Bishop Michael Duca, our bishop of the Diocese of Baton Rouge. And Bishop, I want to let you know that we've got some more people who are sending love in our Facebook community. Those
All
who are
right.
So we've got Janet who says, "Love our bishop!" 3-4 exclamation points.
Oh, exclamation points.
Sending you some love. And then we've got Larry Fertitta who says, Paisan,
Yeah.
Bishop Duca. Now, for some listeners, we might not know what the Paisan is. You might want to explain what the Paisan is.
Paisan is it's like identification that you're coming from the same clan, same family.
See,
Paisan,
see.
you're one of us.
That's it. That's it. That's it. Fertitta. I wonder what clan that might. Oh, I don't think it's Irish.
Sometimes
I don't think
it's
it's
not Irish. We use the word cugino, which means cousin.
Exactly.
And use that, but may not even be your natural cousin, but
everybody's
like
your cousin.
I feel like family.
That's exactly.
Cugino?
Cugino.
Cugino.
Oh,
So you're
cugina.
Cugino. Or for feminine,
Yeah.
right? Yeah.
Okay.
So I'm your cugino.
All right.
David.
Well, no, you're not, but that's okay.
I'm your family. I'm like,
you are
like
family. Yeah,
and
yeah,
everybody
yeah.
that listening is cugina and cugino, right? Because you're part of the Catholic Community Radio family. That's just
That's
a
right.
little Sicilian, little Italian word for you there.
So if you want to be a cugina, call
Gina,
855.
practice with me.
Cugina. Cugina. If you want to be a cugina, call 855-341-501-999. That's 855-341-5199, or go to ccradio.help. So, okay.
I don't know if I can talk anymore.
I didn't know you were bilingual here.
Oh my goodness. Okay. Well, I was wondering, I thought of a question that I wanted to ask you. You know, we've been concerned about vocations, and we were talking with Deacon Matthew Dunn in the previous hour, and just hearing about his vocation and how he was called to the diaconate, and if it pleases the Lord, to the priesthood. And so I'm just wondering, maybe can you give us some information about how our vocations are going and how that's been for you in the past year in the Diocese of Baton Rouge?
Well, first of all, we have a very impressive cohort group of seminarians, and so I'm very hopeful for the future.
Wonderful.
Do we have enough to replace all of our priests that might be retiring in the near future? Barely. And so right now it's getting a little tight. And we've done before I got here, some clustering of parishes, trying to maximize our priests and their presence. But we can always use more vocations. But I think that God will send the vocations, the call out, and I think He'll always provide. Now, not everybody that's called may answer.
Correct.
So here's the thing I would just like to encourage everyone, because everyone here has a piece of this, because if we're going to, I think sometimes the low number of vocations is like a symptom, and that is, the symptom is that we as a people need to more and more adopt in our spirituality a spirituality of vocation. That is, that God is calling me to be His disciple. That God's word in me makes a difference, and it colors every decision I make. The simplest thing that we hear is, what would Jesus do? In a sense, it's not what Jesus calls me to do. You know, He will call me to live in His Spirit in the concrete circumstances that I have. And if we're living our lives as a vocation, everything begins to change. Everything becomes a gift. We don't always say, what do I want to do? We all say, these are my gifts. This is my stuff. Or we can say, no, the Lord has blessed me with these things, and I will use them for the responsibilities I have.
Yeah.
But also God calls me to share these in light of His will. So as we begin to live more as disciples, not as in control of our life, but we kind of give over to God, not that we give up responsibility, but that we really see that we're called to live our lives in light of that gospel, then we're going to be open to someone who comes to us, maybe a child who says, I think God is calling me. That's going to make sense to us. Okay? Yes. We, not us saying, no, I want you to be this. So here's the biggest thing my parents did for me. When I came to them at one point in my life, I said, I think I might want to be a priest. Now, I don't know. Well, when I came to my mother's car at 8th grade and right before graduation and said, I want to go to the seminary, I did see an expression on her face of surprise.
I bet.
I was 8th grade, young, and we did have a high school seminary at the time, but it closed that summer. I went on to high school. But they basically said, if that's what you think is right, we're behind you. We'll settle it. If you don't want to do it, that's fine too. And so what they did is they allowed me to imagine that future.
Yeah.
They gave me permission to kind of see that as something good in my life. Now, most people who have that early on in life, it goes away and something else takes its place.
Yes.
But for those that God truly calls, it allows it to develop, and God's Spirit can work in that person. If you say, no, you don't want to do that, do this.
Right.
Well, now you shut it down.
Yep.
And so, but if we're living a vocational life, we're listening for God's call, we're trying to do God's will, it's going to make sense to say, yes, let me help you. Let's discern this together. Or you have the freedom to follow that path.
Right.
And we're with you.
I love this teaching that you're giving us this morning, Bishop Duca. That's really transformative when we begin to pray rather than what do I have to offer? What are my gifts? Like you were saying, it rather becomes, this gift of self. What is it that the Lord is asking of me to share with the gifts that He gave me? And that really is just, inside out transformative when you begin to pray in this way and realize the fullness of your creation as the created of the Creator who loves us, who sees our goodness, and who desires that intimacy with us and desires us to love and serve Him, as that gift of self. But I wonder what your thoughts would be if as you're encouraging us to pray that way, all of us who have a vocational call to pray in this way, does it prepare the heart in some way to hear the whisper, where we might, if the world is so loud,
it's tough to hear a whisper nowadays, isn't it?
It's tough to hear a whisper, and we know that the Lord speaks in that small, still voice, where if we're not really praying that way or even seeking out God's will and to be a gift of self, to the Lord and to others, we may not hear that call, right?
That's right. And I think what the deacon said also is that it's not so much that we see a vocation in someone, we see the gifts and talents that would make them a good priest or a sister. Mm-hmm. We see, even though their life may be very crazy, in the midst of that we see that they stop and help, they're kind. And so we might say, look, I see in you talents and gifts. Have you ever thought about the priesthood or ministries of service? Mm-hmm. Now, maybe they haven't. And maybe that one thing sparks a conversation to see their life in a different way.
Yeah.
And see the things they've been doing they thought were just kind of ordinary as being, wait, not everybody does it this way. And begin to see themselves in light. So partly you can help that by those gentle invitations by someone you genuinely see gifts and talents in. And then also because by modeling prayer, by modeling these kind of things, our witness also draws people into that discussion. That reflection.
It's interesting. Coming from the outside, coming from somebody from the outside, not necessarily a parent, But
that's right. Oh yeah, that's it.
Outside, it's huge. I'm sure that's a great influence, right?
Yeah, of course. That's why your first love is so great, because here's someone who loves you but has no reason to love you.
Right.
This is like the overall surprise of why do you love me? My parents, of course, my parents love me.
Sure.
They have to kind of.
Yeah, and you hear their suggestions all the time.
And that kind of love opens up a whole nother understanding of who you are.
Yes.
It really opens you up. And the same thing with God's call to us. It doesn't. And so the person where that call lands, they also have that same experience of being opened up, seeing themselves. Oh, I never thought of seeing myself in that way.
Yeah. Right.
And that's the transformative vocation of God. That no matter how God calls us, His love is aimed at that, opening up a part of us that we did not yet and have not yet seen or understood to be who we are.
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
And,
that's it.
And of course, always the key to that is opening us up to some type of love.
Yeah, absolutely.
Wow.
You know what? The phone is ringing.
I know.
But we need to give that phone number out because we haven't done that in a while. But you know what? I've been kind of blown away. So it's like, that's okay.
Yes. Blown away with good stuff. But let's give that phone number out, Bishop Duca.
It's 855-341-5199, and it's ccradio.help.
And it might be a good time in our last couple of minutes here, David. Should we talk about anything else, the game day experience?
The game day experience. I'll be as brief as I can because we only just have it is huge, y'all. This is fantastic. This is we started it at $1,500, but if you think about this game day experience, this is an opportunity, especially for a young person. I'd love to bring my son to this. Game day experience. It's two people get to spend the whole day in the dugout with the LSU Tigers. I mean, the whole game in the dugout. Then you got 4 goal seats. These are Coach Paul Maneri's goal seats. And then you get to throw out the first pitch, which means you're going to be up on the Jumbotron. You got 10,000 people watching you throw the first pitch. No pressure there.
No pressure.
And then you get to stand on the first base line with Coach Maneri during the national anthem. How cool is that? And then parking pass, which that right there is worth its weight in gold, right? So, and then you also get to tour the facilities of Alex Box Stadium, one of the best stadiums in the nation. So, yep, we're offering that $1,500. The bidding is started already. Call 855-341-5199. People are making the bids. I don't know where we're at right now.
It's easy to donate online. I just did it while I'm talking. I multitasked.
Man.
And the other surprise is how big baseball is in Baton Rouge.
How about
Yeah,
that?
there
Boy,
you
that's
go.
big.
Isn't it awesome?
It's big.
It is great.
Do we have a time for a quick blessing from Bishop Duca? 15 seconds.
Oh, I can do that. I made that little Christmas thing. May the Lord bless us and keep us today. May he fill our hearts with joy. May we seek his will in our life, for it is our true life. He is the word, the truth, and the life. We ask God's blessings upon us all, the Father, the Son, the Holy Spirit.
Amen.
Amen. Thank you, Bishop Michael
Thank you,
Duca.
Bishop.
God bless you.
Drive Time fuels our mission.
WQNO
690 AM,
New Orleans. WPYR AM and LP
1380 AM, and 105.9 FM.
Baton Rouge.
ccradio.help.
Are you distracted by all the noise of an upside-down world? I'm Sister